How's everyone doing tonight? Welcome into another edition of Insomnia, Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Happy Saturday night, y'all. I hope y'all been having a wonderful day, enjoying the weekend. Maybe, hopefully, y'all are getting some good weather and able to get out there and enjoy the sunlight. Maybe go to the beach if y'all live too close to the ocean, or go to the pool. God knows that's where I would be. Hello, Doiji. How are you? I only got a few hours sleep today, y'all, so even though I didn't end my stream till I think it was close to 8 this morning, something like that. I didn't get to go to bed right away. So I actually didn't lay down till 4 o'clock this afternoon. And then I was back up at 7. Hi, Bonnie. How you doing, beautiful? Hey, 420. How you doing, baby? I'm gravy. I'm always gravy. When I'm here, I'm gravy. I'm so gravy, I got some biscuits and sausage to go with my gravy. So I'm good. Thank you. I'm happy to hear y'all are too. Hey, Scott. How you doing, baby? Not bad. Another warm day. Well, hopefully it was, tolerable at least. And not just, just ungodly hot. I know I think the sun came out for a little bit over here. 87 degrees. Yeah, that's too hot for me, baby. Like I said, it wouldn't matter whether I was there, back home, where you are in my home state, or if I was here. It's still ungodly hot for me. It's freaking hot, Scott. I'm sorry, baby. Hey, like I told y'all, I don't know what I could say. Which one's worse? Living here in Georgia with the humidity here, or being out there in California on the West Coast and that being a whole different type of humidity. Hi, Anna. How you doing, honey? And Scott, I did get a couple of those decks in, baby. Finally. They finally arrived. So, I got to spend a couple hours with them before I took a nap. Hi, Shelby. How you doing, beautiful? All right, beautiful people. Let's start with keywords, because I just can't pull out that what's the news or what's the vibe. It always turns very negative, and I can't do that. Not right now, anyways. And I don't know what you're talking about, sweetheart. And maybe you got to restart your device, like exit out of the stream and exit out of the actual app and restart your device and come back in. That might help. I don't know what else to tell you, honey. All right. Let's see what the keywords are. What does Spirit want to have a chat with y'all about? I know some of y'all in y'all's heads worrying about some kind of regret, mistakes y'all made. Hi, NJS. Hi, Bill Michaels. Wow, Shelby, that's just crazy, honey. It's good to see you again, Nance. I hope the weather up in Chicago's been nice. I always hear Chicago's beautiful this time of year. But I don't know. I've never been there. I always want to go up Chicago, especially when my insignificant other had was employed, because the corporate office headquarters was there in Chicago. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what the weather was like today as far as temperature. I never pay attention to it. Hi, Marcel. How you doing, sweetheart? All right. Keyword spirit. What you got? Hi, Eternal. How you doing, baby? Hey, Daphne. How you doing, beautiful? Keyword spirit. What we got? And what you want to talk to the collective about? What is it? Oh, give me some, spirit. All these cards want to come out at once. Well, first card out is, first keyword is sit. Just rest, ponder, thinking, sad, looking back, reminiscing, and sitting in stubbornness. I think for many of y'all, this is just us, you know, trying to take it easy. And I feel like Spirit's trying to encourage us to kind of slow down and take a deep breath and to, you know, enjoy the small things in life, you know, like stop and slow down and smell the roses. But for others, I feel like this is some of y'all sitting in regret, sadness. I feel like some of y'all are just thinking over, you know, replaying something that's happened that y'all are like really, you feel guilty about. You feel like you made a mistake, you messed up with something or possibly someone. What else, Spirit? And here it is. The next keyword is gray. Murky situation, more to be seen, look deeper, depression that is deep. I feel like some of y'all, well, the two keywords that I'm picking up the most is murky situation and depression that is deep. I feel like many of y'all been kind of experiencing some type of sadness. And I feel like many of y'all have been having to really take a step back, even kind of, you know, be in hermit mode, kind of, you know, reevaluating, you know, where you're at right now in life, you know, even the people in your life and even possibly your career. I feel like some of y'all want to make a career move or y'all want to relocate. Like I pick up someone's going to move soon. What else, Spirit? And I feel like for some of y'all, that's kind of like making you sad. Like there's a reason you're might having to move. It's being forced, though. It's not something you want. All right, Spirit. What else? Next keyword is fun. Into the swing of things. Being playful. Kids, childhood, play. I know I said this to y'all, I think yesterday, the day before. Like allowing that inner child to come out and enjoy life. You know, again, you know, that card about smelling the roses and, you know, doing something that brings you happiness. And many of y'all got kids of y'all's own. So spending time with your children, doing something fun, you know, with them, making that quality time count to matter. But I feel like some of y'all need to loosen up more and have a little bit more fun. I even know, like for me, I can get out and have some more fun. What else? Spirit. Next keyword is horse. High horse, dependable to own, detriment, faulty foundation, in need of work, workhorse, fine outside, unstable inside, and proud. Yeah, I feel like many of y'all are, this is like, I don't get the whole need of like, in need of work. I feel like this is just trying to like be outside. Um, some of y'all may own horses or enjoy horseback riding. I feel like many of y'all are even looking at other ways of enjoying the outdoors. Like, this picture you see person riding the horse, but you see them even riding this horse, it looks like through some kind of pond, lake, doing something adventurous. This really, to me, ties into this card about fun. Do something fun, be out in nature though. And that seems to be one of the other main themes that it seems like Spirit keeps coming out with. Like getting out in nature, finding your peace, going within. And I know sometimes that can be hard to, go within, because sometimes that's where we hear our greatest truths from our spirit guides that might sometimes be hard to hear, but it's something we need to hear. So, all right, what else, Spirit? Next one is cup. Keyword is cup. Drink, conversing with friends, holding a cup of love, celebrating, knowledge, drinking problems, fill your own cup, cup half full. Yeah, for many of y'all, I feel like this is y'all, enjoying time again with people you love and care about, like your friends, family, maybe even a love connection, significant other. Um, that's where I get holding a cup of love. Some of y'all could be celebrating something. I feel like someone's birthday, possibly, or a graduation I just heard. Yeah, there was one more. Where'd it go? Oh, drinking problems. Some of y'all are like, I'm picking up someone does possibly have a drinking problem. And I feel like that's also where this murky situation comes in. Where y'all getting depressed and y'all are trying to cover it up. Escapism is the word, Drinking, overindulging, that kind of devil energy that ties into addictions, codependency, finding other ways to run away and escape from reality instead of facing it. So, beautiful people, I don't want any of y'all to be suffering in pain. I don't want y'all to try and, use other things to try and run away from things. Like if you have a drinking problem or abusing any other substance, I hope y'all seek help. Please seek professional help. That's not a way to deal with things. And the last one, Tower. And this is, I think the Tower came out the other night when I pulled cards for y'all. Crumbling foundations meant to allow be built back up with stability, high-rise building, upsetting event, unexpected happenings, and tower moment. For many of y'all are going through a tower moment, which is significant change. It doesn't mean that your world is completely crumbling per se. I mean, it could be that way. It's going to be different for everyone. But I feel like for many of y'all, it's just there's a great shift. There's a great change. Change for the better. I feel like some of y'all are trying to work on, changing for the better. But for others, it's change that's not, happy or welcoming, we'll say. There's, seems to be a lot of obstacles. There's a lot of heaviness in this card. So, all right, now I'm going to pull from this other deck. And hi to everybody else who came in. Welcome, beautiful people. Let's see. Spiritual symbols. So I'm not pulling from what's the news and that. It's like if there's something that's meant to come out of that other deck, it seems like it always comes out in the spiritual symbols. So. All see, Spirit. Okay. Spirit. Spirit, what is that the collective needs to hear from this deck? Oh, that card almost popped out. Stay open. Let yourself surrender to the flow of life's mysteries and currents. Stay open and just flow with life. You know, this is, again, it's like, it feels like a tower moment, but not like a bad thing. This is just change again. And you surrendering to the change that's coming, learning to be more adaptable and be resilient, even when things do turn gray, you know, that they become darker and, you know, carry a heavy cloud over you. Um, I feel like this is spirit trying to remind y'all and encourage y'all that you're doing, you know, a good job handling life as best as you can, dealing, you know, with what's been handed to you and allowing yourself to surrender to what's coming and the flow of everything and being able to pivot when it's required of you to do so. So that's what I get from that. Hi, Maura. How you doing? It's good to see you, beautiful. What else, Spirit? Oh, here comes that ring card again. Same thing like last night. Conflicts within a relationship. Listen to others more. Need clarity. Material wealth over relationships. I feel like many of y'all, and I'm only saying this, beautiful people, okay? Don't shoot the messenger. Like last night and even tonight, just based off of what I pulled for y'all and the tarot cards that I'll go over after I go over this. I feel like many of y'all are in conflict. Like I feel like some of y'all are in regrets because instead of, you know, putting maybe more time and attention into your relationships, trying to nurture them, whether that's romantic, friends, family, it seems like, you know, your career or trying to make more money, to gain, you know, more, you know, material wealth has taken, you know, priority. And for, you know, many of y'all, it's affecting y'all's relationships. And it's creating conflicts where there seems to be like this big disconnect from the people you know, love and care about and want to spend time with, you know, friends, family, significant other, all the above. So I feel like, again, Spirit's trying to remind y'all, slow down, you know, enjoy the time you got, you know, smell the roses, be outside in nature, allow that inner child come out, you know, like what I was pulling from the other deck. Don't, you know, try and resolve these conflicts. Don't allow the conflict to carry on and brew. You know, that's not going to solve anything, and especially, again, if you're trying to run away from it, like, you know, the other card that I pulled about, um, someone drinking too much, using like alcohol as a way to escape, to deal with their problems. You know, that's not dealing. You're just running away from it and not facing it. So, beautiful people, you know, invest in your friends, family, loved ones. Don't try and run away from the problems. It doesn't ever fix it. It can only just make it worse over time. And last one here is compass. Feeling lost and doubting goals, wishing for overnight success, empty promises of change, confused. And a lot of y'all are feeling lost and doubting yourself. And again, I feel like this is putting because, you know, I feel like some of y'all have where you feel like maybe your family, your friends, even maybe you and your significant other is coming down on you, maybe asking more of you, like you're not there physically. You might be there physically, but maybe you're not present mentally and emotionally. It's causing all this extra strain. And now it's causing you to doubt what you're working on. And now you're losing, your focus. You're losing direction. You're not sure what you're supposed to be doing now. Because there's obviously, we all have that responsibility. We got bills to pay. We got to put food on the table. We got to keep a roof over our head. But we also need to nurture and look after our relationships, make sure people feel connected to us. So it's hard to find that balance. And I get that too. Um, Spirit saying, I think you should try and have a conversation with your loved ones and just say, listen, maybe, I can, take a vacation, take a week off work so you can re-engage to strengthen those bonds if that's possible. I know for some of y'all that's not possible. But for others, if you get like paid vacation, I would encourage you, and Spirit's encouraging you, take time off so you can spend it with the people you love and care about, to try and bring those bonds, strengthen them, and address any conflicts that, you're having with the people you love and care about. Don't leave them behind is what I feel Spirit wants y'all to remember and remind y'all of that. All right, one more, Spirit, and then I'll get into the tarot. Oh, and Eternal, you might like this cards. One of this deck of cards I got. It's on rooms, but it's a love one. Alright, Spirit. Doggone it. Come on. Oh, okay, Spirit. Charger. Here we are again. Broken connections. Take time off. You lack energy, motivation, passion. Unable to speak up and express oneself. Broken connections. Take time off. I can't make this up, y'all. I just said that. Take a vacation. Take some time off. Recharge. Try and then, reconnect those broken connections. So you can, have everything the way you want it again. Where you're able to still provide, but also keep your bonds. Let your, loved ones know that you're still there and you love and care about them. Because I feel like someone feels really left out in the cold. I feel like you're not present. You might be physically there, but mentally and emotionally you're not. Is what Spirit keeps saying to me. Can't take a time off from taking a time off. So you're taking time off now is what you're telling me? Well, I'm going to tell you, baby. I mean, maybe I'll pull that Lover's Oracle. I don't know. You're on vacation and it's just not doing. Well, I don't know what that means, Bean House. Oh, you've been looking for a job? Well, hi, Manny G. How you doing, beautiful? Oh, real quick, Eternal. I figure you'll get a kick out of this, baby. Of course, I ain't gonna be able to pronounce half these words, but, like, here's one of those love ruins cards. So, there's that one. And I guess that's the, rune, the symbol. I thought these cards were pretty neat. Hi, Dustin. Y'all aren't connecting as y'all should be. I don't know what that means, Bean House. Trying to connect with who? Hi, Moonchild. Okay. I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe that's just a habit of me constantly having a deck in my hand. That didn't even sound right. I said a deck as in a oracle or tarot deck. I'm sorry to hear that, Being House. I can relate, honey. I can relate. Okay. So, again, beautiful people, this is a general collective reading. It's not a personal reading. So take what messages resonate, leave behind the rest. Understand that only some of the messages may resonate. It's possible all of it may resonate. But if only some of it resonates, take what does. The rest that doesn't resonate, don't force it to fit. It's not meant for you. It's meant for someone else, okay? But just take what does and use it. You know, hopefully you apply it, you know, how it fits in your world. And if nothing resonates for you tonight, well, my beautiful people, I don't believe you found me for a reason. I don't feel like if you're here now that you're meant to hear something. There's a message in here for you. But if something doesn't speak to you tonight, well, you know, you may not need this message tonight, but it doesn't mean it wouldn't be true down the road. If you should ever feel called to this reading, it'll be here for y'all, okay? So again, take what resonates, leave behind the rest. Dustin, you just been reported. If you think you can come in here, act a fool, and make sexual comments, you got nothing coming. So, you know, good luck with that when YouTube cancels your account. Yes, 420. I agree, baby. I agree. People want to act a fool and be disgusting and perverted. Oof. Anyways. Okay, beautiful people. So here in y'all's recent past energy, Five of Cups. Five of Cups is all about your emotions. You're in regret. You feel guilty. You made some mistakes. And, you know, you're unsure what to do now. And you're thinking it over. And you're wanting to manifest something. You know, you're trying to be patient here. But you're also getting lost and trapped in your thoughts too, trapped in the mind. Because I get the Eight of Swords here, which is all about keep thinking about things, replaying things over and over and over again. And that's kind of making you sad, depressed, and constantly in regret. Unsure of how to fix things. And beautiful people, I try telling y'all this all the time. You can't change the past. It's already done and over with. All you can do now is take what lessons you know, learn from the past and apply them today. So, how do you do that? Well, if you messed up, you know, a situation, take accountability for it. Own it. And if it affects others, apologize to them. You know, show that you're mature enough and it's like, yeah, you're right, I messed up. You know, I won't do it again. But at least, you know, apologize and admit you're wrong. So you can now make forward movement to change it and make things better instead of constantly being in sadness and regret and feeling like you can't change anything. Because that Eight of Swords will take away your peace of mind. And I feel like many of y'all haven't been able to have any, you know, peace. I don't feel like y'all are probably sleeping, constantly worrying and thinking about this over and over again, unsure of what your next moves are. But Spirit showing, have some patience. You know, be compassionate with yourself too. So don't forget, even though you might be here, feeling trapped, you know, still living in fear and regret, sadness, Spirit saying, be patient, like the temperance. You know, everything will balance out. Do it all in moderation. Prioritize what's most important. And find balance and be patient, but also have some compassion. And forgiveness. Forgiveness for yourself, but maybe, this is you, someone else, made a mistake. Okay. You know, be willing to accept their apology if they apologize. But I feel like that's not what this is. That's not what I'm picking up. This is y'all. Whoever this, this energy is, you're really regretting. You are in deep you feel very guilty. And I even heard ashamed. Some of y'all feel ashamed. So don't keep replaying it. Now it's time to own it, take accountability, admit you're wrong, and work on changing things and not do it again. Because here y'all are still in y'all's present energy, Nine of Wands. Well, this Nine of Wands is telling me that, because you've been beating yourself up over here in regret, replaying this and living in that Eight of Swords. You're coming into this and this, Nine of Wands energy, still unsure what to do. And, but Spirit wants you to not give up. You've gone through this, battle with yourself, inner conflict, and also the conflict with whoever this involves, situation, people. Apply it how it fits, y'all, in y'all's life. But Spirit's saying it's time to readjust things, make a change. You may have to readjust your perspective, your point of view, pivot, okay? So you can bring balance and resolution and peace back into your world. Because I get the Justice card with this. So this is where the universe is going to balance things out. So just know, if you have messed up, well, if you messed up badly, the universe will hand you your karma. But if you can at least own up to you messed up and take forward steps on not doing it again and truly being sorry for, what you've done, the karma may not be nearly as bad. If you're doing things to make it right again with that person, situation, and not treat other people and make the same mistakes with others is what I'm picking up. Because in the center, this is like all about y'all's wants, wishes, desires, and needs with the Nine of Cups. So this is all about your deepest desires, wishes, wants coming true, being fulfilled. And I feel like whatever this energy is for this Five of Cups, things were, it was a dream that was coming true. But again, I feel like this is something that's getting overlooked by something else that's taking your time and attention away. Like, think of your career, trying to make more money. Even, I just heard from Spirit say, or if you're single, but you're not in a committed relationship for someone, this is only for one person. I feel like this is Spirit saying to you, well, you wanted someone and we gave that person to you, but you decided, no, you're going to play around and keep your options open because you think there's more, fish in the sea. You could find someone better. But yet this person is, pretty much almost everything you were looking for. And you took that opportunity for granted. You kind of, tossed it away is what Spirit's showing me. So this is also your karma. And you're realizing that now. And that's also, I feel like, what you're regretting. Because here's the devil energy right here. Being tempted. Being tempted by other options. Even being tempted, like, again, that escapism energy for, whoever, is drinking or using any kind of other substance to try escape reality for your mistakes, for things you've done wrong and not wanting to face them. Yeah, you've gotten some things here that you wanted that, were most important to you, but it came at a cost. It came at, risk losing loved ones, people you care about. This was what Spirit's saying. So this is tied to y'all's relationships. I feel like it's family, friends, and possibly significant other. So Spirit needs you to go within, But also trust your intuition, because here's the third eye chakra, and this is all about your intuition. If there's any chakra that people know most, it's the third eye, known as your psychic abilities. Okay, well, you can't rely on this or trust this if you're not using them either. So Spirit needs you to trust your intuition. Work that, muscle per se, and listen to it. What is it telling you? How do you, break free from this devil energy so you can still have almost everything you want? It may not be the same, but, there's still room to grow, and there's still room to, put things back together. People forgive you if this involves your, friends, your, any, people. If this is a job, a different situation, there's still room to change it, to make things better. So, but it's up to you to not get so tied to this devil energy and to trust your intuition right here. But you got to use it, okay? Otherwise, it's not going to be helpful, especially if you keep ignoring it, which for some of y'all keep ignoring it. I keep telling y'all that. Stop ignoring your intuition. You can't get mad at the universe or divine and say, well, you're not helping me. You're not answering my prayers. They are. You're just not listening. Or the answers you're getting, you're not liking. So the advice, you need to go deep within. Strength card. You need to have that courage. Again, take accountability. Have that deepest inner strength to get through this period, especially if you're feeling very sad, depressed. Um, go deep within. Pull out more of that inner strength that's going to pull you through. Like a light bulb. Spirit just put light bulb in my head for some reason. Like an electric charge. Get that extra electric charge. Instead of trying, feeling like, you want to give up. Because right here, this Nine of Wands is saying you almost want to give up. But Spirit's telling you, don't give up. But how do you do it? Believe in yourself, believe in your strength. Have courage to face the truth and face what it is you got to change. And this does involve your material world too. Again, a lot of this is tied to your material, because I get the Nine of Pentacles right here. And that's all about, trying to obtain, everything, pretty much your material wealth, whether that's, money or possessions or both. But this can even apply to your health or your career. So place it how it fits. So get that inner strength, believe in yourself. You can still have both. Okay, you can still have both. And Spirit doesn't want you to forget that. But it also means you gotta have some karma, balance the scales. And also be patient. Everything is good in moderation, as the Temperance right here, the beginning. All right. So know that what you're wanting to create, those dreams and goals, it's still there. It's just now, how do you go about it? Well, Spirit's saying you gotta, stop acting like you have all the answers with this Page of Cups. Okay, Page of Cups is someone that doesn't have all the experience needed. And this ties mostly to your emotions. So think of your relationships. So you don't have all the answers, but who does? Maybe you don't have, enough experience in this area, but who does? We go through our whole life and we still don't know it all. So be willing to, say, I don't know it all, but I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to invest. I'm willing to try again. Because Spirit needs you. If you can have this inner strength and, balance the scales right here, you will be able to have choices to go forward and move on with this Seven of Cups right here. Just don't get lost in the illusions that things can go back to the way they were before. And because that's when things will collapse again. So just choose wisely. Don't get lost or thinking, or get in your ego and thinking, oh, well, I'll have all these extra options, or, that person will wait for me. I don't have to worry. No, that's the illusion you want to tell yourself. They won't. So If there's someone in your life that's saying, I need some, I need more from you, give it to them. If you truly care about them and that connection, whoever it is, whether that's friends, family, or romantic, your career, yeah. That's something that, yeah, you can go get another job. There's all those other opportunities out there, but is it going to pay you what you're making right now? Are you going to be able to get the same hours you got right now? So don't get lost in your ego feeling like, oh, I can get that somewhere else, because that may not be true. All right. Okay. And, um, beautiful people, I pulled this runes love card just because, I'm trying to, it seems like I've been reading a lot on love, which I don't mind, but, when it seems like to be the same, being a dead horse, it's like I need spirit to help in other aspects too. So I went ahead and pulled this runes love card for y'all for romantic love. Whether y'all are in a relationship or y'all are dating someone, just place it how it fits. And the rune I pulled is Sal Willow. I don't know how to pronounce this. Um, but it came in reverse. And in reverse, it says, careful not to allow your subconscious or inner fears stop or deter you from having a happy ending. Okay. So again, this feels like a lot of this. Eight of Swords. Getting lost in your thoughts, thinking the worst, thinking that's going to be the outcome. So you're not willing to make the investment, or you're afraid to get, in a committed relationship. You want to enjoy the benefits of what it's like to have a companion, but you don't want to make the investments by making a commitment to them. Spirit saying you need to stop that. And, if this person matters to you, it's time to step forward, make that commitment. Don't think that it's just going to go to hell in a handbasket per se. Just because your last relationship turned out that way. It doesn't have to be that way. If you're willing to nurture the relationship, put the time and investment into it, and the other person does same, you know, can't lose. Sure, there's always going to be challenges, but that's true for any relationship. All right. So, the cards I pulled from my one oracle deck is peace, balance, harmony, and friendship. But I don't feel like there's harmony right now. I feel like there's been a disruption of harmony, of peace. And that's why that Eight of Swords is there. And I feel like this is why that Love Room card came in reverse. So, again, this is your pride getting in the way right here. And Spirit's trying to redirect you, show you, how do you make this right so you don't feel like you're going to lose in this relationship, or you're going to lose your heart and get hurt. Yes. Understand me, beautiful people. Even when someone makes a commitment to you, does that mean it's going to last forever? No, but we all have, the good intention. That's what we want, right? But yeah, sometimes it doesn't work out that way. There's always going to be that risk of getting hurt. Just know that. It's just a matter of finding the right person who's worth taking that risk for. And maybe you just haven't found them yet. And maybe that's the other thing here, that you're having to come to the realization. I feel like that's why some of y'all are in conflict too. Besides not investing enough time in this relationship. Because I get the conflict card. Clashing, differences, incompatibility. So you're clashing with this person. And I feel like a lot of it's revolving around your own fears. Maybe they're, wanting, expecting more, and you can't give it to them. Be upfront and honest with yourself. And be honest with them. You know, be the mature person and say, I just can't give you what you're wanting from me right now. Does that mean I don't like you or care about you? No, if you care about them, tell them that. But be upfront and honest. If you're not ready for a relationship right now, okay. There's nothing wrong with that, but be upfront and honest with that person. Now, will they accept that? to where maybe you don't get this happily ever after because you're not willing yet to make that commitment. It's possible, but that's going to be your choice. You're in the driver's seat, and spirits remind you of that. But I feel like someone's putting up a boundary. They're making their boundaries clear. So, and they're drawing the line, I feel. Boundaries right here. So if you want to continue this relationship with this person, I feel, if you're wanting something more from them, you got to also give something more, you know, because I get the intimacy card here. And intimacy is not just about sexual intimacy or physical. It's mental and emotional intimacy too. So I feel like, you need a balance of all of it for, you know, like the magician, to make it right so you can manifest it and it comes out beautifully like a fairy tale. Well, be willing to invest and be intimate, not just physically. Don't think about it in physical or sexual terms, mental and emotional and spiritually. Bond with them. Guys, I understand, we all got needs, all right? But don't lower your expectations just so, you hope someone will be willing to commit to you. What do I mean by that? I mean, don't go around and lay in bed with someone if they haven't proven they're invested in you, that they truly want you. Like how I was raised. I was raised, don't go lay down with anybody unless there's true love there. Make sure you love them as much as they love you, or make sure they love you, as much as you love them. And know that there's, proof in there. There's an investment that's been made. Otherwise, don't do it. Because as I was told, if a guy really loves me, he won't try and get me in the sack. He's not going to try and move me there. He's going to wait until I'm ready. And he won't be out there trying to chase tail elsewhere, as they told me. So that's a boundary. Just because I may want companionship with someone doesn't mean I'm just going to settle and be like, oh, let's go to the bedroom right now. Nope. I'm not that type of woman. There has to be love there. Otherwise, it will not happen. I'm not that one night stand type of girl, nor am I that friends with benefits type of woman. Okay, so y'all, man or woman, do not go for friends with benefits. Okay, be willing to have some self control. If you're not ready to invest in a commitment, don't go there. Does it get lonely? Yeah. But, trying to keep this PG, we all have other ways of addressing those needs too. Okay, I don't have to go into detail. Y'all can use y'all's imagination there. But I feel like someone here is expecting more. If you want them to go to the next level, you're going to have to come and invest and take it to the next level too. Otherwise, I feel like it's going to get sidetracked because there's going to be distraction. Whether they get distracted and, they're like, because you're not serious about them, they go look for someone else or vice versa. Place it how it fits, y'all. This is what I'm picking up. All right. Okay. And hi to everybody else that came in. Let me take a sip of my drink real quick so I can get to these oracle cards, these other ones. All right. So beautiful people. The first card I pulled for y'all. This is called Sacred Mountain. Okay. And this card says, from the vantage point of the sacred mountain, your power grows. In silence, you'll find your sacred witness. It is the dwelling place of your soul. In peace, seek and discover your truth. Move past the bustle and clatter of life into sweet quietude. If you're in pain, don't lash out. Go into it until you find the source so that it can be healed. Resist the temptation to indulge in feelings of stress, urgency, and emergency. Your power is born in silence. This peace gives birth to your serenity. Seek solitude to listen to the voice of your higher self and awaken your inner wisdom. Beautiful people, this really reminds me a lot of like the hangman in the tarot. And the hangman is all about, getting stuck and needing to change their perspective, like untangling themselves from being hung, upside down in a tree to gain clarity, to gain a different point of view, even to allow their mind, quiet. Even you can even think of like the hermit card, isolating yourself to quiet that mind, you know, and that means going somewhere else where there is no distractions. So again, you can face what it is in life you're having to face, that you're having to think and contemplate and reflect on, to come with the right answers that are right for you, to be able to make the adjustments and the changes you need. So where is that sacred place? Where is that mountain? It doesn't have to literally be a mountain, but where's that place that you can go out in nature, or maybe in your house? Maybe it's a room in your house, and have a deep talk with spirit, but also go within and have a deep discussion with yourself about what you can do, what changes need to be made, what are you not understanding, what do you need to reflect on, what is that deep wound that isn't hasn't been healed, that's been triggered by something recently, like an inner child wound that goes back, maybe years ago, maybe possibly to your childhood, but it doesn't have to be that far back. It's just a wound that you thought had been healed, but something happens that triggers it and opens it wide open again. So where is this place where your soul can be at peace and find that quietness, be in stillness, so you can have and rediscover yourself and gain the clarity and the answers you're seeking on the changes or what you need to do now for your life that's best for you. So Spirit's encouraging you to do this. Get lost in nature. Don't feel like you're trapped, even though many of y'all are getting trapped in y'all's heads. You know, don't be like a prison literally inside, your home. Go somewhere if there's a place you can go that brings you that peace. The next one is Turn Away, my mermaid card. And it says, where'd it go? Sometimes we need to turn away from a situation to gain a better perspective on things. Don't feel that you have to endure your present circumstances if they don't feel right for you. Perhaps you're finding something unacceptable, in which case it's important to honor your own feelings. Have you already turned away from a situation but are tempted to get involved again? If this resonates with you, then think long and carefully before backtracking. Try to recall the reason you turned away in the first place. Time has a habit of blurring our memories, so take off those rose-tinted glasses before making any major decisions in relation to this. So, what is it that you feel like you had to turn away from or walk away from because it wasn't serving your highest good? I feel like Spirit needs you to readdress this, and maybe that's where you need to go within yourself, to remember, you know, like, maybe this Five of Cups is where you're questioning, like, well, I thought I was doing what was best for me, but, for someone else it didn't feel right, but it felt right to me. Okay. Is that why you didn't invest the time needed into nurturing your relationships? Okay. Be honest about that. So, maybe this was a connection with someone, if we're talking like on a romantic, but maybe it's even a friendship, or it could be a job. What is it that you walked away from? That Spirit saying, wait a minute, are you second guessing yourself? This is where you need to go and get that clarity. Maybe things have changed and you see like, no, I was a fool for walking away from that job. I was a fool for walking away from that person. I could have, been married by now and had a family. Whatever this is, really take a look at it and address it. Don't be afraid to face it. You know, we got to face our, you know, deepest fears and our demons, which is within ourselves, by looking in the mirror. You know, you can't go around and point fingers and blame and judge everyone else if, you know, your plate isn't so clean. And again, none of us are perfect, beautiful people. Okay, this is no judgment against any of y'all. I'm just the messenger here. And this is what Spirit wants to bring through clearly. Because again, the other card I pulled from one of my manifesting decks, Intuition again. And it says, each person's road to the inner Lord is extraordinary and personal. How liberating to listen inside and sense moment to moment what's needed. Intuition. Trust your intuition. How do you get there? You go within. You know, use this third eye chakra. Think about your third eye. I hate it being called third eye. I say psychic eye. I just don't like third eye. I don't know why. Your psychic eye. Use it, which is your intuition. Trust it. So, be in stillness. Explore nature. Because, like these last few cards, that I'll pull from, you know, spirit guides that I normally go over at the beginning, but I've been waiting till the end to go over them. Spirit showing me, you know, there's like this tree wisdom, going into nature, connect to the trees, you know, feel the earth, get lost in Goddess Gaia, explore. This is where, you know, divination, your third eye, your psychic eye as I call it, your intuition will awaken. Because there will be a magical gateway of rediscovery. Discover yourself. Magical gateway where you can transform. Go through this transformation. Where you can celebrate. And then you know this time that, yeah, I'm much better now. Yeah, I gained the clarity. I got the answers. Yeah, I'm ready to step up to the plate and be an adult. And take accountability and address things that need to be addressed instead of running from them. To where you can be back in harmony again with the people you love and care about. Or, you know, the places, situations, jobs, whatever it is. Okay? Don't run. Face it. And then the angel card I pulled for y'all is Orion, Visions of the Future. And it says your life and future are in your hands. You are a powerful manifester with the ability to call in and create the life of your dreams. What you focus on with unwavering faith is what you will experience. Focus your energy not only on what you want, but on feeling the way you want to feel. For the feelings are what will bring you the safety and connection you desire. And the positive affirmation is, I am the visionary of my future. I am the visionary of my future. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people. For the general collective reading, again, that was a general collective reading. Wasn't a personal reading. So take the messages that resonate and leave behind the rest. If something didn't fit, don't force it to fit. Instant gratification, the most toxic ways. Yeah, I think we all are guilty of that in some way. You know. Oh my goodness. That was a lot. Okay. Put these cards up now. So how y'all beautiful people doing? You're welcome, Angel Eyes. I hope it resonates with y'all. It speaks to y'all. Let's see. Hi, Scott. What, that felt like a personal reading to you, Scott? Y'all welcome. Hi, Angel Eyes. I'm Gravy, Gina. I'm as gravy as I can be since I only got a few hours sleep. How about you? How you doing, girlfriend? Have y'all had a good day? Dang, why is my throat is sore? It feels dry. Let me see. Hi, Deborah. Oh no, honey. I hate to hear that, Deborah. Oh no. It's cold, Moonchild. I'm sorry, honey. Hi, S Cosme. How you doing? Oh, I'm happy you enjoy the pictures, honey. Oh, well, honey, I'm happy, Shelby, that you're able to do something to help, you know, kind of maybe release some of those emotions, girlfriend. You didn't respond, Deborah? Thank you. Yes, I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. Okay, I'm missing something. Hold on. Let me put these cards up, and then I can dress everything. I don't even know what that was. My eyes feel strained now. No, honey, I'm sorry you've been crying. I'm sending you a virtual hug, girlfriend. All of y'all who are, you know, going through it. I'm sending y'all nothing but healing, love, and light. Hey, Finn. How you doing, baby? I'm Gravy, Karen. Thank you for asking, sweetheart. How you doing? How you feeling? I mean, other than probably being tired because I only slept a few hours. I'm Gravy. You let the fairies enjoy it for a bit. Oh, well, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, because I got some of them fairy decks and cards, honey. I just used some of them. I like fairies, too. Did you, Finn? Yeah, it was just released, honey. High level up, Dojo. How you doing? Oh, no, Karen. What's wrong, honey? What's going on with you, girlfriend? What's changed from last night? Well, honey, I don't know what's going on with you and your sisters, but I know that's hard. You know, family's important. But Deborah, I don't know what happened, beautiful, but what I can say to you, honey, is like I say all the time to y'all. I know how important family is. I believe in, you know, staying close with my family. However, if it means that it jeopardizes my peace Like, you have someone in your family, and we all can say we have at least one person in our family. That every single time we come across them, every single time we talk to them, when we're around them, they always have a way of bringing the energy down. Instead of like being happy and uplifting you, it's just constant chaos, misery, destruction, trauma. That's disrupting my peace. And I can't have that in my life. I won't allow people in my life who disrupt my peace. I fought too hard to have it, and I'm not gonna allow just anyone to come into my life and feel like they're entitled to disrupt it whenever they, please, whether you're tied to me by blood or not. So those people are the ones that I love at a distance. I doesn't mean I hate anybody, because I don't. I send, love and light to them, but I love them at a distance, and I wish them well. And that's all I can do. So by you not answering that, beautiful, that's what that sounds like to me. Without knowing what's going on, and I don't need to know, beautiful, the details, but it sounds like your sisters were disrupting your peace. And that's really sad. And I hate that. Because family's important. But, some people don't understand that. It's for attention, usually. What do you mean, Finn? Yes, it does, Shelby. Hi, Black Monarch. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Oh, no, Deborah. Well, beautiful. Sounds like you did the right thing then. I know that's not easy because that's still your sister. No, Angel. No, I'm sorry, honey. I hope you stay warm. Oh, yeah. I know, Finn. People have a habit of doing that. Deborah, I think that, that's the best thing you can do for yourself. So, just because they're blood, like I said, doesn't mean they can come in and disrupt your peace, disrupt your life. That's not right. And I think, some people try and abuse that because they, we all were raised, I would think, or most of us, that family is important. Blood is important. As, we've all heard, blood's thicker than water. Yes, that's true. But you also still need water to survive. So I'm just not going to let just anyone come in, and including blood family, and take away my peace and my happiness. I won't allow it. So I think you did the right thing, Deborah. I'll be sending love and light to you, honey. And I'll be praying for you. If if you don't mind me praying for you, that, you and your sisters find a way to work things out. Maybe they, could find a way to take a hard look at themselves and change. So y'all don't, go, become estranged. I would really hate to hear of that. Yes, Finn, it is. But family, that's right, Moonchild. Family can be very hurtful. That is true. And I hate that because I get that, Exactly. Exactly, Doy G. Because, like, Deborah, I'm estranged from my sister, okay? And understand me, Deborah, I didn't do anything wrong, okay? But, the summary of it, dang, my throat is really dry. Hi, honey, love. How you doing, honey? Yeah, they can. You're right. Yeah, Finn, you did. And I'm sorry to hear that, but I understand. You know, my sister, um, we only I can't even say we really grew up with each other. We did and we didn't. Um, I was around her a lot, up until the age of 10 when I moved here from California, and she stayed back there with my biological father and his family. But, you know, I thought things were fine between us as, we got older and all that. And during that time, well, truth comes out like right after my father passed away, our dad. And she tells me that she hates my guts. Why? Because I got to be with my mama, our mama, and she didn't. So she resents me for that. So it's like a jealousy thing. It's like you think I had any say in that? Like, but that's her immaturity. She wants to blame everyone else. And even though she's 3 years younger than me, I mean, she's 40 years old. She just turned 41, in fact. And she has 3 kids. But 3 kids by 3 different men. One of them one of them she married. But they divorced. And it's like, I just don't understand that. Yeah, jealousy and love and hate at the same time. So even my baby brother though, that I grew up with, he doesn't talk to her either. And he grew up with, raised by her mama. But even my brother said, well, she don't reach out to me. So why should I be the one to constantly try and connect and reach out to her? If she cares about me, she'll call me and it'll be a two-way thing. I agree with him. So because she doesn't call, he doesn't call her either. My older brother, it's kind of the same thing. My older brother doesn't hate me. I know he loves me, but he doesn't reach out. And even the times when he did, it was always because he needed something, not because he wanted to see how I was doing and let me know what's going on with his life. Something good. No, it's always because he was in need of money or something like that. No. So I don't talk to them. So I understand that. Yes, Shelby. That's true too. And she is. She's looking for someone to blame. And I told her, I said, you need to blame our parents. They made the decision for you to stay with our aunties, my dad's sisters, and his parents. So our grandparents. Okay. I was 3 years old when they got divorced. My sister was only like 6 months old, I think, when my mama left. And my father got custody of us, but um back then, because my sister was still an infant, he didn't want the responsibility of paying a babysitter to watch her when he had to work and me and my older brother were in school. So instead, he felt it was best that my aunties and my grandparents take, guardianship of her. So they had custody of her. My dad handed that over to them. Okay. My dad, was the one that won custody from my mama. So my mama didn't have a fighting chance in that. And then my father made the other decisions. Like, so don't look at me. And truthfully, I wouldn't have been with my mom if something else hadn't happened in the family. That took me away from my father. And it was nothing against my father. My father didn't do anything wrong, but there was a situation that happened. So they took me away from him and placed me in my mama's care. So that how that came to be. But she wants to blame me for it. Why, we were separated and we didn't grow up together. Like, she don't want to hear the truth, the reality of it all. And Deborah, sounds like your sister is kind of the same way. Um, and I'm very sorry to hear that. And Fan, I don't think you ever told me what the reason was for the separation between you and your mama, but I'm deeply sorry for that too. I know that still hurts. I understand that, Deborah. I do, honey. I understand that, Deborah. And that's sad that people can be that cruel. You know, it's like, that's why I tell y'all, like me, you know, I always throw myself in the fire to, you know, to help y'all to relate to what I'm saying, to kind of give you a perspective. And it's like I always tell y'all, like when I get heated, when I'm angry and I'm upset, even though I love deeply, I love with all of me, and I'm very deep and passionate that way, just saying I can hurt deeply too. And, you know, if you hurt me deeply, you attack me, oh, I can come out and I'm and like a shark. I bite. Like I could be very cutthroat and I know that. So what do? I don't sit there and have that argument. I walk away before any more words can get said because I don't want to say something that I don't mean. You know, I may mean in a moment because of my emotions, but I know I'm only saying it and reacting in anger, but I'll regret it later. And I can't take those words back once they're said, you know. So I get that. So I try and, you know, handle myself in that way. But it sounds like your sister, for whatever reason, she's just cruel. And I'm sorry for that. I really am, Deborah. It's hard. It's hard, especially when family's so important. I know how important they are. Yes, Angel Oz, we were innocent. That we were. So, Deborah, don't doubt your decisions, beautiful. Don't doubt it. You know, if it was me, I'd probably do the same thing. Just understand that too. If it was me, I would probably do this exact same thing you're doing. You know, and I would probably even say to them, like, I would say to the sister, I'm sorry you feel the way you feel. I'm sorry for the words you say to me. They're hurtful. I'm not going to take it from you anymore. Bye. I wish you will. Love and light. I'll always love you. You'll always be my sister, but go my direction and leave it at that. True too, Bob. Exactly, Shelby. Your peace of mind is everything, you know. So it's just sad that people feel like they can come in and just disrupt it and make it whatever it is, you know, or make it like it's your fault, or like I said, treat you any kind of way they think they can get away with. Nope. I got boundaries. Can't act that way with me. I won't allow it. Okay. Put this away. Hi, Larry. Okay, I'm about to get... Man, my throat is sore. This is wild. I hope I'm not getting sick. No, I'm sorry to hear that, Angel Oz. It does cut deep, honey. I understand that. As long as you allow yourself to face it and deal with it, you know, and heal from it so it doesn't consume you or come back and bite you later, per se. It's good to see you too, Larry. Hydrate. Yeah, well, I probably need to eat something too. to I'm probably going to grab something to munch on and sit here and chat with y'all. Unless somebody wants a personal paid reading. But I'm going to grab something so I can sit here and munch since, like I said, I only slept 4 hours. And I need food to keep me energized. Exactly, Bob. I agree with you, baby. That's very true. You're right about that. Alright, beautiful people. Be right back. Um, Hi, Jedi. You leaving, Deborah? Sweet dreams, honey. Oh my goodness gracious. No, thank you, Jedi. Same to you, sweetheart. I always love seeing your name pop in here, honey. I wish the same for y'all. That's all I want. For everybody to be happy and feel like they're accomplishing their wants, goals, and dreams. And having peace. All this doggone junk mail. And I still haven't fixed my other account yet. Yeah. Oops. Nope. Oh, what's going on with y'all beautiful people? You're drawing. What you drawing, Moon? Fox. You care to share what you're drawing, girlfriend? I've been meaning to pull my notepad back out to both write some poetry, but I also need to work on my oracle deck that I've been trying to work on, creating my own deck, and I haven't been able to pick up anything to get it going, just, you know, because everything else has been crazy. Cool. Sir, and I suggest you come back with some manners and courtesy. You know, I don't know where you're from, but here in the western part of the world, we acknowledge people. We say hi, how you doing? Oh, and you want a reading from me? It's $30 US. I don't work for free. So, okay, Saren. You're from India? Okay. It's nice to know. I just don't understand why y'all people are so rude. Because that seems to be a common thing. People from, you know, India, you know, Middle East, y'all don't seem to have any manners, courtesy, or respect. And I definitely don't understand why y'all think y'all are entitled to my energy for free. Hi, Marcus. How you doing, baby? How you been, baby? Is it, Doji? I just don't understand why people just think that way. There's a sense of entitlement. Oh, it's always good to see you too, baby. What you been up to? Oh, thank you, Moonchild. I love this top. I've only worn it. This might be the second or third time since I've worn it. I've had it for years. I don't know what it is with me, but when I buy new clothes, I don't wear them all right after I get them. They can hang up in my closet for some years before I come across it, and I was like, oh crap, dang, it still has to hang on it. Okay, well, I guess I should wear it. That's terrible, but it's also true. So I think I said that to somebody the other day, and I think they told me it seems like that's the common thing with women. It's like, yeah, I guess there's a lot of us who do that, you know. But I also have a whole dry cleaning bag full of clothes that I needed to get to the cleaners, and I haven't done that either. And I know it's packed full, so I think I went through it once since I've been here. I couldn't tell you what all's in it. I know a lot of it's some of my favorite clothes, though. Reminds you of your younger years. Moonchild, you act like you're so old, beautiful, and you're not. I have this, it's either cheetah or leopard print dress, and I love it. And I still wear it, but it's like from my high school years. So I'm thankful it still fits me, because I do love wearing that dress. No, you're not. You're not old, whatever. Beautiful. I bet if you lived here where I'm at, I bet I can take you shopping. I bet I can dress you up like your younger years and make you look good, honey. Bob. Yeah, Moonchild, that's my new little nickname for you. Yo-yo. Next month. You're a Cancer, huh? That's right, Doji. That's how I look at it. I'm 44, but I definitely don't feel like I'm 44. And people would probably mostly agree that I don't dress like I'm 44 either. But I don't know what the heck that's supposed to mean either. Amen, Shelby. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I don't know what someone in their 40s is supposed to dress like. But apparently it's not the way I dress. It's like, okay. You know, most people say it's not a bad thing, but I just don't dress like the typical 40-year-old women do. Well, I'm not your typical 40-year-old woman. No, am I? So, I still feel like I'm in my early 20s. It's like, what are you talking about? And if my clothes still fit me and I still look half decent, why not? Why do I have to dress a certain way that's goes into an age range thing type if I don't feel that way? Hey, I love that, Moonchild. Amen, Shelby. I agree. Moonchild, you're a queen, honey. You're rocking your PJs now. I don't even have PJs. Like, I probably need to get to them because there's been many nights that I fall asleep in my clothes that I had on, or I put on like my sweats, like my hoodie, my sweatpants, my socks. That's what I sleep in, so I guess those would be my PJs. You're not a queen, you just dress funny, Bob. I know you wear them Speedos, right? Sweet Shelby. I love that. You have some fairy wings to go with it too, Bob. I'm a mermaid. I just hide my fin so y'all can't see it. I mean, it's just like that dress I wore the other day when I streamed. That was back in my late teens. I was like, what, 17, 18 years old? Very Speedo. I would love to see that, Bob. You gonna get an orange wig to go with it too, baby? My, I don't know what you would consider her. I mean, I would probably call her another sister-in-law. I really don't know. She's my sister-in-law, which is my brother's wife. So my sister-in-law is her sister. She she knitted these little blankets for my nieces and nephews for this past Christmas, and they were so cute. One looked like a mermaid fin, and the other one was like a shark. It was too cute. I told her, I said I wanted one. It's like I want her to make me one. And Moonchild, I did love that painting you sent me a picture of. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I think they are so cute. And my nieces and nephews love them. So, my niece has blue eyes. Um, so, she got the mermaid one. So, she went ahead and gave the mermaid blue eyes. And then the shark was for my nephew. And he has green eyes. So, the shark has green eyes to go with his green eyes. I thought it was precious. I might have a picture of them. I'll have to see. The crappy part is, it's on my device I'm streaming from, so I can't pull it up. I took so many pictures that day, so I can't remember. Okay. Yeah, I can forward it to you, Shelby. Hold on. It's like I want it. I want to hang it on my wall. Mm. Let's see. Mm. How the heck do I do this? Gmail. Crap. Shelby, what's the first couple of letters of your email address, honey? So hopefully my thing will find it. I just need the first couple letters. Shell. Alright, let me see. Hopefully. Well, come on. Why isn't this thing not typing? Alright, let's try this again. It's like, why is it not pulling up your email address? What? Come on. No, I'm do it the old-fashioned way. Alright, let me see. One of these days I'll get to finishing cleaning out. No, it's not it. Alright. I want to pull it up. What? Like, do I need to save this? Let me try this a different way. There. Now it pulls it up. Oh crap. Oh, still didn't do it right. What the heck is going on here? Alright, Shelby. I'll send it to you, beautiful. And I took like, I felt like I was humming a brain fart over there. Like my brain wasn't operating the way I needed it to. Yeah, I have to go up to it, go to his website. I don't think you put that info in there though, Moonchild. You'd have to give me the website so I can go check it out. So maybe I'll be able to get it. Because I'd love to have it. Anthony, you know what? I think we all know that, and we don't need to be reminded of it. Just so you know. Okay, honey. Thank you. Hi, Danielle. I'm Gravy, beautiful. How you doing? Oh, that's good to hear. Beautiful. Isn't it, Shelby? I want it. I gotta have one. You know, Anthony, here's the problem with what you're saying, though. See, for those who believe in him, difference is not everybody believes in him. People are allowed to have and choose their own faith, and it doesn't have to be that faith. So, this is why I don't allow religion in my stream, because I respect everybody else's religious beliefs, okay, that don't line up with mine. I don't judge people for their religious beliefs. Everyone's welcome, period. As long as their religion doesn't cause harm to humans or animals, I have no problem with it. So, I'm not going to go around tell people who they should be worshiping. That's their business. That's between them and divine. Not my place to judge them, period. It's wrong to do that. You know that, Shelby? I'm going to have to get one. If it's not expensive, I might have to get one. I want to get one so I can put it on my wall. It's 12/12, make a wish. Anthony, let me tell you something again. We're not in church, okay? So I don't think you're understanding me. And here's the problem I have with my own religion. And yes, I'm a Christian woman. The fact that y'all go around trying to shove it down other people's faith or face, trying to shove it down their throat, that's wrong, okay? And it's also wrong to go around and tell other people who they should be worshiping and to tell them they're wrong because they might be worshiping a different deity or God other than Jesus. That's wrong. Because if you want to truly teach the true teachings of Jesus Christ loved everybody and accepted everybody. Okay? He didn't judge nobody. But it seems like all the Bible thumpers who are so deeply tied to it forget that. So, it's all right, Bob. Exactly, Moonchild. It's not Sunday, and I'm not in church, so. But I also don't need to go to church to believe in him, to pray, to worship, all that kind of thing. But people forget that too. Oh, of course, Bob, if it is a bot. Highlight, look, I'm gonna eat pepperoni and pepper jack cheese. You feel like many are indeed bots? You're probably right, honey. Well, I'm definitely going to have to get one, Shelby, when I have some extra money like that. Put it on my wall and get a frame for it. I love mermaids. I love fairies too, but if I might get fairies, I'd rather have angels than the actual fairies. I want angels. Excuse me. And mermaids. And having toast, Shelby. Yum. And Jedi, there's nothing wrong with that, beautiful. I don't see anything wrong with that. It really doesn't have to be defined. People try to always want to define it. I guess to help other people understand what they're talking about, but some just can't expand their mind in that way to be open to it, to understanding that it doesn't have to be necessarily God or Jesus or Buddha or whoever, you know. Oh, y'all saw a spirit orb? I didn't see it. I have to watch the playback. It's always funny how sometimes they appear and I won't see them, but they'll appear on camera. It's pretty interesting. Aw, thank you, Jed. I appreciate you too, sweetheart. I used to have, well, I still have it, but I don't post on it, but it's kind of part of the reason why this channel came to be. And it's like I get people on there, you know, and it's just, you know, you type up something, like you answer a question, kind of like if you've heard of Reddit, it's like one of those platforms type. And I, what was it? Oh, I shared one of my experiences, like hearing my mama talk to me, right? Because the question was, can spirits hear you? Was the question. And I said, yes, absolutely. And I explained why. And I shared some of my experiences proving that they do hear us, you know, from my experience, my perspective, beliefs, and so forth. And naturally, just like I would expect, I get all these Bible thumpers coming in there talking about that's a demon, that's a familiar spirit. No, the dead are dead. You know, the Bible says this, and giving me all these different verses in the Bible. And it's like, and I even said in there, don't even bother going there with me because I will delete your comment. I'm not playing. And of course, they don't listen. They still do it anyway, so I have to go in there and delete it. Because I don't want people to feel like, you know, I feel like people should be allowed to make their own decision. And again, it not be shoved down their throats in that way. If someone comes to you and asks, that's one thing. But just out of the blue, out of nowhere, just throwing it out there when nobody asks and we're not even talking about, like, come on. That's just rude. I don't like people like that. It's just condescending to me. It's condescending to come in here. You know Jesus Christ loves you, right? Yeah. Who doesn't know who Jesus is? Like, I don't like it when people try and patronize me in that way. You're back with more toast? What kind of toast you got, girlfriend? Hey, Darby. How you doing, beautiful? Exactly, Darby. I don't like it. It's like, that's not what this stream is for. It's like, do you not understand? And of course, they're going to keep throwing stones because obviously I'm committing a sin because I'm reading tarot. Yeah, from your perspective. So, exactly. Exactly, Dari. Mm-mm. That's why it's like my own family. Both my blood family and my in-laws. They know what I do. They're not over there judging me in that way. You know, do they agree with what I do? Not necessarily. But they also don't feel like I'm doing anything wrong either. So, and they go to church. Like, get out of my face. Hi, Andre. Oh, you're so sweet, honey. Good to see you too, honey. Do you, Moonchild? Hi, Surreal. No, same to you, Jedi. Love you too, honey. Hi, David. That's awesome, honey. I'm happy you had a blessed revival. That's good to hear. So I just decided that I wasn't going to, do that anymore on there. I'm just going to put it all here. Whatever I got to share, I'll share it here. Yeah, done to some people, they look like rabbit ears, man. They weren't hung up that way to look that way. That's just the way it's hung up. I'll have to adjust it. And put a picture in the middle of it. Which I do have a picture I want to hang there, but I just haven't gone that far with it yet. My office was kind of put together in a rush, you can say. And now I got to go through and reorganize it again. Because my bookshelves are now filled up with all the other decks I have. And so I got to organize them to line them up right and so on. And clean up a couple things. And figure out what to do with these boxes that are still stacked up in this corner that's driving me crazy. I wish I could move my desk, but I can't because I got all these boxes still packed up in the corner. And now, I also have to get this doggone floor fixed. Since I got a hole where I can literally feel the concrete slab with my finger. That's pretty bad. Hi, Fred. Done. You don't like being here. You don't have to be here. It's not your channel. This is my platform. Let's get that straight. 2, No, I don't play music because, let's see. Oh, yeah. That's a rule of YouTube copyrights. So, I lose. Anthony, but you know what? And I appreciate where you're coming from with that. But at the same time, again, I don't think you're understanding me and most of the people here. We don't need to be reminded of that. Okay? That's what I mean. For those of us who believe in him, we already know that. Okay? We do pray. I pray every day. In fact, I pray every night before I start this stream. So I'm very well aware that I'm not alone and that he's always here. You know, but that's the problem I have again. I don't have to be in a building to believe in him. Nor do I have to be in a building that says church to get to know him or be loved by him or to read the Bible. Okay? He's everywhere. And it seems like so many people out there forget that. Like the ones that want to go around and tell people you're going straight to hell if you don't go to church, as I've been told over the years. And that's a crock. Because he's not just in a building that says church. He's everywhere. He's all around you. He's inside you. So, that's the problem I have. And going around again and telling people, random people on random streams, this is not a church channel. It's the point I'm trying to get to. Okay? This is a spiritual channel where it talks about both psychic abilities, the paranormal, and where I read tarot cards for people who pay me. That's what this channel's about. Not talking about any religion. Because again, everyone's welcome. It doesn't matter their sex. It doesn't matter their religion. It doesn't matter their ethnicity, their culture. Everyone's welcome. As long as they don't mean any ill will or harm. And they don't go around abusing, you know, hurting pets and animals and people. So, people don't like being preached to, especially when we're not in church. It'd be different if we were in here talking about religion and wanting to get to know, you know, him for those who don't know him. But that's not what this is about. So I would hope people would be respectful of that. But it seems like most people, 99% of the people who come in here and want to throw the Bible in my face and everyone else who's here, don't understand that. And then they want to go through and throw stones. Well, you don't go around throwing stones. And it's interesting, just quickly, you know, I haven't watched this movie, but my baby brother has. And I'm not for certain, but I think he told me it's called The Shack. And he told me it's the story about this woman. Part of the story is this woman had an affair. She was married. And she cheated on her husband. And all these people wanted to stone her because she committed a sin. And somebody approached them and, you know, trying to save her and telling them, if all y'all are so perfect, if all of y'all, whoever here, who's not committed not one sin, then go ahead, throw a stone at her. Raise your hand and throw a stone at her. Of course, none of them could. So, why are you going around judging her then? You're no better. You're no different. And I feel like that's what gets confused in the whole mess. Everybody else wants to go around pointing out everyone else's flaws, but they refuse to turn the mirror around on themselves. So, that's the problem I have with it. Yes, Eternal, I agree with that. David, I wasn't talking about you, baby. So please don't think I was talking to you. I was talking to someone else that came in here that was saying something. Anthony, I think is his name. So, yep, nobody can do that. You're right. Hi, Cheryl. I'm gravy, beautiful. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too, girlfriend. It's good to see you. So, no, I wasn't talking to you, David. Anthony was the one I was talking to. And how everybody else that came in. Anthony, again, this is not your platform. I have certain rules for my platform, okay? You preaching can offend someone who doesn't agree with you. And trust me, you did. Because I know I've gotten to know many of my subscribers who are here now. And there are some who don't worship Jesus, don't follow him, don't believe in him. And I'm okay with that. Why? Because I respect them. Why? Because I respect religious freedom. So you offended someone is what I'm trying to get at. Okay, if someone didn't ask, why offer it? Like I said, it'd be different if you were out somewhere, like maybe in another church or at some other kind of functioning that has to do with religion. But that's not what this stream's about. So I don't want others to feel uncomfortable who don't agree with you. So they can speak for themselves if they want you to know who they are or not. But I can tell you, you know, it rubs them the wrong way. And the ones who know Jesus, they don't need to be reminded of that, who follow him. We all know that. There's many of us who do follow him, and we do pray. But we all agree that we don't need to be in a building that says church either to believe in him. So, oh my God. Oh, you've seen the shack, David, so you know what I'm talking about? Okay, baby. Hi, Tony. You know, Anthony, more people I've come to understand and learn since having this channel. That's why many of them also seem to be drawn to me because they understand genuinely that I'm not going to judge them for their religious beliefs. And they feel more comfortable with me for that exact reason. I'm okay with their religious beliefs. And I'm not going to, look down on them or try and shove my beliefs down their throats. All I can do is offer up my experiences and explain why I feel the way I feel, and that's all I can do. But does that mean I'm expecting them to follow and agree with everything I say? No. No, Jedi. I know I'm lucky to have you here, honey. And thank you. I'm lucky to have all of y'all who genuinely love me and support me and so on. And David, I'm happy, baby, that you're open to that and that you're open to someone like me and the people in here, you know. And I think that's a beautiful thing because I wish there were more people of different religious faiths, but you know, we'll use Christianity since that's the one that came up since you and I are both Christians. I wish they had an open mind like you. And wouldn't just constantly just throw, you know, stones per se and try and shove the Bible down everyone's throats and tell them they're going to hell or they're worshiping demons or whatever else they think it is. It's just wrong. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Hi, Joy Williams. How you doing, honey? I think everyone deserves to have their own voice. Everyone has every right to have a different perspective and a different belief because why? That's what makes this world go round. And, you know, it's like I've said before, and I'll say it again. You know, even though I'm a Christian, but I also don't believe that, you know, the Bible's 100% right. Parts of it, yes. All of it, not so much. And then it's the whole issue of about um the Bible not being complete, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, you know, the Vatican withheld, and the Book of Enoch and so forth not being included. You know, I have that issue with it, but I have this open belief too that every religion that does exist has a sliver of the truth. And if you put all those slivers together from all those different religions, I believe you'll be closer to the truth of what the Bible, what other, you know, religions, you know, whatever book they, you know, they call theirs, the Quran or whatever. I believe it'd be closer to truth than just one religion standing alone. But some can't handle that. You know what I'm talking about, Doiji? The Dead Sea Scrolls, you know? There's so much more to it. And I wish more people could see what I see and feel what I feel and know what I know. And and you know, Anthony, if you're still here, I'll share something else with you. You know, just to, you know, make this point quickly. Um, I had an angel experience some years ago. I haven't shared my experience yet on my channel. I'm waiting for the divine to tell me when the right time is. That time hasn't come to pass yet. But when it does, I'll share it. Because I think it's very important. And I just saw two spirit orbs twinkle at me to let me know they're here. So, and it's the most incredible experience that I could ever express. There's not enough words in the dictionary to express all the emotions, the wonderful, beautiful emotions that I've ever felt in my life of what I've experienced that day. But with all that being said, I wasn't going to a church, but I drive by one every day. And naturally, after I had that experience, I wanted answers. Why? Why did I have that angel encounter? Why did that angel come to see me? So something kept pulling me to go into this church that I drove by my old house almost every day. So I go inside and I sit down with three pastors of the church. Never knew me, never saw me, I've never seen them before. Told them my angel experience, and without hesitation, they believed me. Not only did they believe me, they knew I wasn't crazy. And they said they could give me an exact reason from the Bible why I had that experience. And what they brought up was, I think it's 1 Corinthians 10 through 12 or 13, something like that. It talks about the holy gifts that God gives to each and every one of us. And my gift is discernment of spirit. So to sum it up, they said that that was my gift. Discernment of spirit. And that's what gave me the ability to be able to have that angel experience and others since then. To the point that they wanted their theory to be proven. So they asked me to take a test. So I did. And it came back. Not only did I have the gift discernment of spirit, but I also have the gift of knowledge. And they explained to me that the gift discernment of spirit gives me the ability to be able to see behind the veil, you can say, see in the spirit world, where I can see both the good holy angels from God and, yeah, the bad ones too. And that I can look at anyone and I would genuinely know if they're good or if they're evil. And then I would also know that if someone preached to me that wasn't the truth, I would know that too. So, that's what, probably strengthened my faith in God some. But that was me having that experience. Okay? I can't make people like you experience what I've experienced to understand. Why, when I say I don't agree with everything that Bible says, and the ones that want to throw stones at me and say, well, you're practicing, witchcraft or whatever they want to say. Okay? I'm that's your belief. But we're gonna agree to disagree respectfully without judgment. Okay? I'm not gonna agree with you, but I'm not gonna sit here and chew you out either. But don't be trying to shove it down my throat, trying to convince me otherwise. Or convince me you're right. And there's nothing I can say or do to convince people who have that mindset. Because they won't be convinced. The only thing that will convince them is when they have an experience like mine to understand. Until then, it's pointless to argue. That's like beating a dead horse. It's a waste of time and energy. Unless they're open. They have an open mind. Okay, man. Boma type beat. I don't know who you're talking to. But I don't have to understand it. Oh yeah, quantum physics, quantum mechanics. That's part of science, but people want to say it doesn't exist. Yes, it does. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate you, baby. Yeah, Jedi. Well, I'm happy you believe me, honey. Hi, Rose. I'm gravy, K-Man. Thank you for asking. Exactly, Toy G. That's exactly what they're doing. Hi, Daniel. How you doing? You know, Bob, I wonder that too sometimes. Okay, Darby. Well, I'm sorry you're having one of those hormonal attacks, honey. I'm sending you some love and light, girlfriend. I'm sending you a virtual hug. You have a good night, beautiful, and sweet dreams. You leaving Level Up Dojo? You have a good night, sweetheart. Sweet dreams to you. Yeah, we're right. We have every right to choose for ourselves. I agree, David. Wallet, what do you mean? This chat moves quickly. Did you say hi to me? In fact, let me go back and see. No, you didn't. That's rude. Wallet is rude. I mean, I don't know what part of the world you're from, but you see, I live in the western part of the world. And see, we remember our manners. You know, we're courteous, respectful, polite. When we meet someone, whether it's someone, a complete stranger, or even someone we normally say, hey, how you doing? That kind of thing, before we ever ask anything of anyone. Oh, and usually, most people, anyways, when they ask something of someone, they normally remember their manners, like please and thank you. You didn't do that either. So I suggest you remember your manners and respect and courtesy. Oh, and I don't know what advice you're looking for, but if you're looking for a tarot reading, yeah, well, my services aren't for free. It's $30 US. If you want a reading from me. Hi, Roman. Boise, it's like, why is it that people forget that? And Bob, I don't get it. I just don't. Manners, courtesy, respect, being polite, that doesn't cost nothing. So why is it that people seem to forget that? And it don't cost nothing to like the stream either. But people just seem to come in here and forget to do that too. Anyways, I was going to shuffle one of these decks while I'm here with y'all. Oh my goodness gracious, I'm going to have to read this. You know, Anthony, I saw something, and I get this is going to be a deep conversation to have with you now. Because I saw something that, yeah, I really have to address. But I need to go use the ladies' room. and brush my teeth real quick, and I'll be back. Oh my goodness. Y'all may want to stick around for this conversation. Whoa. What was that? A piece of my freaking floor. Yep. I need to fix my doggone floor. Ain't gonna work, but whatever. Yeah, hi Diane, how you doing? Well, I'm fixing to nip this in the butt quickly, because I know I did not just read what that person said. Oh, he was hidden. Okay, well, you know, I guess I really don't have to, but how you doing, beautiful? What was said, Diane? I know there was something in there about, or maybe that's what you're referring to, Diane, because that's what I was supposed to come back and let him have it. Was there, Diane? Yeah, I feel the angels around. I do feel their presence. You think y'all scared him off, Shelby? Yeah, well, he needs to be scared off because I know I saw a word in there that I did not like, and it's like, oh, no, you're not. That's why I had to walk away for a minute. Hi, Thomas. Hello, Jazz. Hi, Wendy. Yeah, well, I didn't read the whole comment that I saw right before I left, but I saw the R word, and I think it's the same R word that you're thinking of, and no, I did not like that at all. So I was fixing to come back in and let him have it. Did you, Shelby? Hi, Jen. Jazz, what do I mean by no third party? And hello to you too. Third party means anyone who's not here. So just an example would be like if you wanted to ask me about your partner, your significant other, you want to ask me, what they're thinking, how they feel. They're not here to give me permission to tap into their energy. That's third party. A person you're asking about that's not present. Yeah, it was completely inappropriate. Like I said, I didn't read the whole comment, but I know once I saw the R word, it's like, oh, no, you didn't. I know it was just something about who has the right to judge their lifestyle, who do that or something. It's like, oh, no, you didn't. Oh, Lord. So I'm glad you came at the right time, honey, because, it seems like people keep trying to bring the energy down, too. You're right. You're welcome, Jazz. I hope that makes sense. So, Jazz, what I'm saying to you, honey, is, like, if you were to come to me and ask for a love reading, okay, I can read on your relationship, but I can read it from your perspective, like what you can do. Not based around what exactly the other person's doing and what they're thinking, but what can you do to make the relationship work, per se, as an example. You saved the day, Diane. You're welcome, Jazz. Jazz, I want you to understand it this way, beautiful. I I don't know what, why you were asking, but I want you to understand it from my perspective in the context of, because I'm not just a tarot reader, um, I have psychic abilities too that go with it. And um, I feel like asking about how someone else thinks, how they feel, um, it's kind of like trying to snoop on them, digging around without directly going to them yourself, right? So in comparison to me, that would be like, at least I think most of us were raised, you don't go into mama's purse without permission. You don't touch your daddy's wallet without permission, right? It's kind of the same thing. Or it'd be like going in, walking by your neighbor's house, like my house, for an example. It'd be like my neighbor, they got, their blinds open normally. Okay, just because they got their blinds open, does that give me the right to go and look in their window, to look inside their house? No. It's kind of the same thing. That's why I don't do it. I think it's wrong. I feel if you need to know how someone else thinks and feels, that's what communication's all about. You ask them yourself, be the adult, because in reality, relationships, requires communication, especially if you're wanting to know how someone thinks and feels, to know if their relationship's going to work out, are they serious or whatever. Okay, let's just say you do become serious. What if y'all have an argument? What do you do? Walk away and not, confront it and have a conversation with that person to try and work it out? That doesn't make any sense. Let's use our logic in that. So the same thing should apply to that too. And I hear all the time from people about, I get people are afraid of rejection. But, it's all a matter of perspective. People can take it as a rejection against them, like there's something wrong with them. Um, and I'm not saying rejection doesn't sting. Yes, it stings. But I look at rejection from someone, say if I had an interest in pursuing a romantic relationship with them, or even let's just say a friendship, whatever it is. I would much rather ask that person up front what their intentions are for this relationship, whatever it is we have going on. Or to find out if there is even a possibility, like say we're not dating, but there is a interest in wanting to. I'd rather want to know from that person right now, this very moment, if they're interested or not. Instead of, having this crush and being afraid to ask that person, if they're interested in you. Because then, let's just say you have this deep crush and you go weeks upon weeks, maybe in months or possibly years, having a crush on someone, but you never make a move and let them know you have a crush on them. All the while, they may not have no interest in you. There was never even a remote possibility of you ever being with that person. So then you just wasted all that time, focusing your time and energy on that person when you could have freed yourself by going and looking for someone else who would be interested in dating you. That's the other way I look at it. But I know many people struggle with that. They struggle with rejection. And, it depends on your mindset. I look at it as I'm being freed. Well, thank you for letting me know. Oh, you don't want to date me anymore? Thank you. I enjoy the time, but thank you for releasing me. Now I can go invest my time in someone else who does want to date me and wants to pursue something more serious. That's how I see that. I also see it as the divine's way of protecting me, meaning that that person was the right one for me and there's someone better. And I don't see it like as if there's something wrong with me. Maybe possibly it's them. Maybe they're just not really ready to pursue anything. Okay. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with me. It's just they're not ready. So it's all a matter of perspective. Passed over loved ones, that's different, sweetheart. They're in the spirit world. They're always here. They come and connect to you all the time. You can talk to them anytime you want. They're there. They listen. They hear you. So that has nothing to do with someone in the physical. It's completely different. Now, I will say this much, Jazz. Um, even asking, I'm just, we'll stay in the third party since you asked that question. I had someone ask me one time. They wanted me to ask their mom if their soon to be a husband was faithful. What, did they truly love them? And there was something else. And her mama turned her down and told her, no, I'm not going to say, I'm not going to share that with you. Now will they tell you if they support your relationship? Yeah, they're not going to go around picking around either and try and tell you, you know. Um, let's just say, your significant other's name was Johnny. No, mama ain't going to tell you what Johnny's up to. Some of them won't. Most of them won't. Okay, because there's a lesson you're supposed to learn. You're supposed to find out on your own. And I know sometimes that's scary for people because they want to know what's going to happen in the future. Okay? But it's like some people don't understand the way the spirit world works too. It's that not everything's planned. Some things are. Okay? Everybody always talks about free will. Yeah, we all have free will to a point. But understand me, there are certain parts of our life that are pre-planned, that we agreed to before we incarnated. So let's just say you agreed to incarnate into this life and you're supposed to get married twice, meaning one of your marriages is going to end in divorce. Whether the second one does or not, I'm not going to say that, but I'm just giving you an example. And you're meant to have 3 children. That's going to happen because you signed up for that. You've already arranged with another soul. They're going to be your husband. You're going to have their children. It works that way up there. So does that means every detail of your life is pre-planned? No. But there's certain major parts of it that is. So it just depends. But even some passed over loved ones, they may not be able to come through. They may not be ready either. I try and tell people if they want to connect with a passed over loved one to wait at least a year after they've been passed over because they need time up there. You got to understand that, when they leave their body and they leave this physical world we're still living in, they go over there on the other side. They, reunite with, family loved ones that, passed before them and friends. And they have a big, huge party, you know, reuniting, getting together, having fun, talking, and so forth. But, they also have to go through and evaluate, which people call it a life review, look over what they did in their life. What did they learn? Did they meet their, soul contracts per se, and so on. And then they're also assigned jobs. And I know that sounds crazy to people too. But yeah, even up there in the heavens, we have jobs. They, normally, well, they could reincarnate if they wanted to, right away, but most don't. Um, but they'll be like someone else's spirit guide. Does that mean they're going to be your spirit guide? No. Most times they end up being someone else's spirit guide that's, a stranger. Like say, let's just say your grandfather, passed away and he was a doctor. Well, he's going to go and be someone else's spirit guide who's going to medical school or is already a doctor and be, guide them as, they do their medical practice. And then you also got to understand they have to adjust to their spirit body. We're so stuck in this physical vessel we're in, we think it works exactly the same way over there. It doesn't. Okay? They have a spirit body. We're energy over there. Our soul is energy. So, in order for them to connect with us, they also have to have energy, a source, to have enough energy to, whether it's to try and show themselves to us, like in a physical, apparition, a full body apparition, like a ghost. I call them spirits, but most people call them ghosts. Or even to communicate, to talk to you, or to make any noises, to get your attention. That takes time. They have to learn how everything works over there. And understand this too, that, there's the common belief that if you see, we'll say butterflies for an example, and just randomly you're out one day, you just constantly keep seeing butterflies. And people think, well, that's a sign from, your past over loved ones. Not necessarily. Okay? You got to understand that everyone that passes over, they're going to individually choose what sign they use to try and connect to you, to let you know they're still around, that they're watching over you. So let's just say your grandfather loved golf, was an avid golfer. Well, maybe he'll pick that as your sign for you to recognize. So let's just say you suddenly are out one day and you keep seeing all these images, different golfers, golf clubs, everything and anything to do with golf. It's just in random places, unexpected places. Not that you're out there looking for it specifically, like going on the internet and searching for it, or going specifically into a store that's, specifically for sports like golf. No, you just randomly see it. It's constant. That's a sign. That's them, that's like a hello from heaven to let you know, I'm still here. I love you. I haven't gone anywhere. But that's specifically just for you. Doesn't mean that they're going to do the same thing if you have siblings. They may pick a different thing for them that they'll more so resonate with and recognize. And it'd be the first person they think of is your grandfather. Just an example. So it's all in a matter of how, you look at things, your perspective, your beliefs. I can only share with you what I've been told by them. Hi, Sonia. How you doing, honey? It's good to see you. Hi, Shane. You're welcome, honey. Okay. I'm gonna try and shuffle this deck now. If anyone wants a paid reading, let me know. I'm gonna sit and shuffle this deck and chat with y'all a little bit in between. Try and get a few of these decks nicely shuffled. Get my energy into them. Does it seem more peaceful and quiet now, y'all? You know, Shelby, I haven't decided yet, beautiful. I guess depends on what time I go to bed and how much sleep I get. I more than likely will come live Sunday night, but don't hold me to it, girlfriend. It might be like a last minute, you know, couple hour, you know, pop up. You know, y'all might get an hour or two notification before I do it, but I'm not sure just yet. I'd like to just because, but I also only slept a few hours today, so my body might be saying nope. Hi, Mikkel. How you doing? Okay, Shelby. Sounds good, beautiful. Well, sweet dreams to you, girlfriend. Have a good night. I hadn't heard anything new yet, Moonchild. Thank you for asking about her. I know, because we're down to the wire. Wait and see what the judge decides this week. If she doesn't wake up. You're so funny, Bob. Crazy Crow. Thank you for the compliment, but why in the world would I braid it? For who? For what reason? I don't like my hair braided. I like my hair the way it is. Down, straight, not in braids. So, it's my hair on my head for me to choose what I choose to do with it. The fact that anybody come in here and make such a suggestion like that is just, you know, I don't know. I guess for me, it, you know, it draws on a line of inappropriate. You know, I'm not flattered really. You know, makes me think of someone that's looking for, I don't know, who would that be? Dressing up in, like, in cosplay of some kind. Who's a troll? Okay. Yeah, I saw that Moonchild. I was waiting to see what exactly she wanted, if she's still here. Thank you, honey. Oh, really, Spirit? I'd like to know whose love story this is supposed to be. I was hoping that other deck I've been waiting on would show up, but it didn't. And I'm disappointed. It's not here still. Hello, Zach. And most people would be a troll, wouldn't they? Come in here making a comment like that. Trying to disrupt the energy, of course, naturally. Hello, Cole. You still manifesting that boyfriend, Moonchild? Well, I just pulled out of the love story card. This is one of my new decks that I've been waiting on that arrived today. It's pretty neat. I got a few of them, actually. Okay. I just saw something. And of course, like I thought, this doggone chair ain't gonna roll over this piece of cardboard. I'm trying to help you manifest that boyfriend, Moonchild. I want you to have that boyfriend. Man, I need a boyfriend. No, I'm kidding. Hello, Mary. Hello, Malika. If I didn't say your name right, I'm sorry. Hi, Melissa. How you doing, beautiful? Hello, Mr. Bones. Calvin. Okay, Jazz. I got your donation, sweetheart. Thank you. It's nice to meet you, honey. Okay. Hold on. All right, Mary, what do you have a question, or is there something specific you would like to know? See if I can answer it. You sense that I'm tired, Shane? Okay. So you say? Nope, I'm not. Believe it or not. I'm getting ready to do a reading. Oh, here comes the creeps again. Okay. Career-wise, if you should continue your master and go in debt or figure a different path to create financial stability. Okay, honey. I can try and answer that for you. 505? Sure. You want to send me 250 bucks? Until then, get lost. Okay. Let me put this deck up. Use this one. Alright, Spirit. Crap. I haven't messed with it yet. Of course, I would get cold. Spirit. Continue your path, pursuing your masters for teaching, or choose a different career path that won't put you in so much debt. Just a different perspective. Of course, I hate these boxes where it's gonna almost break my bloody nose. Let's see. Well, dang. Alright, I want confirmation of that. Spirit, show me. Wrong deck. Show me, Spirit. I'll tell God it, Amanda. Okay. Mary, beautiful. I'm just gonna give you the straight answer, yes or no now. And then I can kind of like pull cards to kind of help guide you from here. Um, But even before I was going to pull these cards for you, beautiful, just to get a straight yes or no answer. Because that would decide which decks I pull from afterwards and which direction I would go in to try and help you the best way I can. And this is what pretty much what I got from my spirit guides, which is you need to do what feels right to you. You need to pursue what calls to you. Do you feel deep within your soul that you have a calling to be a teacher? Do you feel like that is your fulfillment? Do you feel like that is what's going to make you happy? You know, and granted, I understand that, reality is teachers don't make a lot of money, depending on what, kind of teacher you're planning on being. If you're planning on teaching, grade school, high school, that, they don't make a whole lot. College is different. And I just happen to have family members who are both teachers, both college and in grade school. And I know they didn't make a lot of money. At least the one that taught grade school. The one in college is different. I had two different aunts who taught who were professors in college, but the other one was a grade school teacher. So, and they pursued what called to them. So what Spirit's showing me just in the cards is um should you pursue, is what I asked, something outside of teaching. That's what I asked, okay? And they told me no. Like, I pulled 5 cards from 2 different decks just to get a straight yes or no answer for you. And I got 4 no's from one with 1 yes, because I always pull 5 cards to confirm. So you want to pay attention to the ones at the bottom. 4 no's, okay, out of 5 cards. The other deck, and where'd it go? This one I accidentally pulled another card, but I have same thing. 4 no's and 1 yes, which is answering the question, should you continue your education to become a teacher? Yes, you should. And especially if that's what you feel you're called to do. It might mean that you might have to take on a part-time job, especially like, if you're teaching grade school, like during the summer. I know that's what my aunt had to do. To get through the summer months when the kids were out of school because they didn't get a paycheck in the summer. But I also know this depends on where you live. My family's in California. And I know they're under the, what do they call that? That organization where they got to pay dues for it every year. So if you believe it's your calling, you should do it, sweetheart. But Spirit's saying you should pursue it. Now, I understand it comes with, yeah, any type of career choice you choose that requires secondary education, meaning college, that's outside of high school. Yeah, it's going to be some kind of debt unless, you're lucky enough to have parents who put away money for your college fund. So I do understand that too. So I understand there's that concern and worry. So now it's a matter of how do you get around this with not putting yourself in so much debt. But with the straight yes or no answer, I hope that at least gives you that much. And now I can kind of look at things from there. What to do now. Which decks to pull from. And to kind of help you. But I have another deck I could pull from that is like, might give you some other guidance, provide some answers. I'm just gonna kind of draw and see what they want to share with me for you. Kind of guide you when it comes to managing money would probably be the best thing of how to approach this now. go with this. So I got several money / career decks. In fact, I just got one in today. So well, good. I'm glad, Jazz. It helps. And that's a beautiful thing, honey. You know, to feel that calling that you're supposed to help the youth. You know, to feel a calling to be of service to people. That's, you know, that's a high calling that not everyone will answer. And it's, you know, it's a great thing that you're answering your calling, what you feel you're being called to do, which is to guide the youth. So, you know, I have a lot of respect for you in that. Beautiful. But I have a lot of respect for you wanting to pursue a career that doesn't pay y'all what y'all are worth. That I do know, because I know how hard my aunties worked. So, but they were able to make a good life for themselves. And as crazy as it sounds, 2 of my 3 aunties never got married. They don't even have a boyfriend. I've never seen them with a man. They were pretty much tied to their career and raising my sister's 3 kids. They don't want a man, you know. Truthfully, I don't think a man can handle them either. Because they're pretty bossy. So let's see now how I can do this. Which deck, Spirit? So I don't think I need this one. It's more about how to handle the deck that comes with it, really. I mean, without, you know, going into what I would consider common sense. Let's see. This one, probably not. No, this is more about moving towards career. But I'm called to use this one. Alright, let me start here. Oh, no kidding, Spirit. Sorry. Sometimes I feel like my spirit guides are being a sarcastic smart aleck. Okay. What else, Spirit? Show me. Do you have anything else to say? No kidding. All right. And this one. Mhm. Okay. Spirit clarify. Oh, spirit. Jazz. What? Are you still here, honey? Okay, beautiful. When I was first shuffling the first deck I was planning on using, Spirit, even said they wanted to recognize you. So, just me saying simply, I really truly, think it's admirable. You wanted to pursue a career in teaching, especially teaching our youth, because I don't think there's enough teachers out there, and they need a lot of help. This card popped out, and this is Spirit saying to me, they want to recognize you for recognizing that this is your calling, this is your gift. And it says that you will get the recognition and the rewards you deserve. So, they want to recognize you for this, for where you're going. So if there's even any remote doubt, Spirit's trying to show their recognition and saying thank you, for what you're wanting to pursue. And to let you know that you are answering that call that you were put on this earth to do. And that's a beautiful blessing in that in itself. And then I said I wanted to help you now, try and get to how best to help you, obviously, because there's a lot of debt that you're probably going to obtain over the, course of getting your college degree, how to best manage your money as best as possible during this time so you don't accrue as much debt, limit it at least as much as possible while in school. But even, after that, but I'm just focusing on while you're in school. First card that came out is the Rebel. And this is pretty much saying that by being the Rebel, you're like a trailblazer for what you're meant to do, what you're meant to pursue. And it may not be the norm. It may not be what, most people would think is cool because, like we all know, y'all don't make a lot of money. And I just think that's crap because I think y'all should be making a lot more. But don't allow both the education cost or even what you make after the fact be what keeps you from pursuing this. They want you to know this, okay? So no matter what anyone else says, what they think about your career, they want to look down on you, the heck with them. It's not for them. You're not trying to impress nobody. You're answering your call. And I think that's very admirable. What they want you to focus on, though, while, you don't go through and have any doubts, is visualize your wealth. Like, truly put it, like, on a vision board. It says visualize your financial success, create a vision board, practice affirmations, and meditate on your goals to attract abundance into your life. So, create a vision board, what, and do it for like your present. Like, okay, what are the things you want? But be realistic also about what is it that you have to be able to cover the things you want and need right now, and separate and be honest with yourself. What are your needs? What are your wants? Now, how much do you have? Like, I don't know if you have a job right now while you're going to, school. But I would, if it's possible, I would get one if you don't have one, because that will help reduce your debt. Because I know the interest rates are pretty high, and it could take a long time to pay those, student loans off. I know because I have a stepchild that I paid her student loan off just a few years ago. So be able to recognize this. So create this vision board for your present. What is it that's most important? But be able to divide it up. What are your needs? What are your wants? What takes top priority? Okay, let's just say, okay, you got enough money to cover your needs. What are your wants? Like luxuries. Out of those luxuries, what's at the top? Okay, how much of those luxuries can you honestly afford? Are willing to go into debt over. Be realistic though, but also keep in mind while you're doing this for your present to kind of stay focused and be realistic about how much debt you're accruing as you go through college, to also remind yourself too why you're doing it. So on that vision board, like I would suggest, like, because you want to help the youth, you want to help educate, the next generation, and whatever pictures, words of affirmations that will help you to keep you focused, to remind you that this is what you really want to do, and put it somewhere where you see it every day. Like you can't miss it. Like it's, in a bathroom, right next to the mirror, if you go in there and that's where you, do your hair or whatever, somewhere where you see it in plain sight every day. And don't just overlook it. Make sure you look at it to give you that reminder. And the next one is you kind of, fluctuating between, your desires and your, goals as far as both money wise and your career. Um, I got the undecided card. And this is all about just dealing with the fluctuation of your goals and your outcome. And they want to remind you to stay informed on the shifts that are occurring around you. Um, Keep in mind, the fluctuations like inflation. Take that into consideration. However long you got to be in school for. Okay, what's the fluctuation rate going? And do it over the course of what the past 10 years. I would also encourage you to go through and seek financial guidance from an expert, from like an accountant or someone that can help you with this, to kind of like lay it all out. And because they will also be able to help you with your financial goals. So here's the undecided card with that, about having to stay on point with the shifts, the fluctuations, going between, the wants and your needs, being undecided, yes, no, yes, no, make that decision and be firm in that and trust that that's exactly what you want. And set the financial goals that you have in mind. Know exactly what it's going to cost. What are your costs of living right now? What's it going to be over the course of the next few years or however long you're in school until you get your degree and can start, then going out and getting that job to fulfill your degree as in your job. So financial goals, it says set specific financial goals. Define what you want to achieve. Create a timeline and implement a plan to reach your objectives. This again, talks to me, and this is what Spirit's saying. Seek like an accountant. Talk to someone at the bank. So someone that can like really lay it out so you can see it all in black and white, on paper, create a chart or whatever. However, what best way you obtain, observe information. That's how I would do it. And get more than one opinion too. I would even look to your friends and family. More specifically, I would look to your parents, and if your grandparents are still alive, ask them. Ask them how they've been able to ride out the rough times when, whether they went to college or not. Just, you know, when you had to live on a limited income, how did you make it so you didn't accrue more debt? Because that's what you want to avoid. You want to, try not to accrue as much debt as possible. You want to lower that risk. So I would look at them. They also want to remind you to be cautious, because the next one I get is the caution card. Um, and it says reevaluate your priorities as you are risking, a substantial loss. Not saying you're going to lose, it's just the understanding of, you're not going to gain, make a whole lot, and you're going to accrue a lot of debt. So really be objective and be cautious. So they want, to put this out there, use caution, and then they want you to look at other ways you can diversify your income. Because I got the income diversification card with it, and it says diversify your income sources Explore investments, rental properties, or freelance work to create multiple streams of income and financial stability. So look where you can. Get a second job somewhere, a summer job, somewhere where, you might be able to make, some extra money here and there in between. What is that, or is there something you can make a small investment in and see it, possibly, will it pay dividends in, you know, a decade, 2 decades, whatever, like a CD or something. Just look at all your options. Don't just see it one way, but keep it simple too. Don't overcomplicate it either, because that would be a risk. Because that's the next card, is the risk. There is a risk. It says success will find you, and the odds are in your favor. So you're gonna be successful if you just keep, your mind focused and stay determined, and stay strategic. Keep a budget. Don't go out of that budget. Don't get carried away. And I'm not saying don't enjoy your life, girlfriend. You know, we all need to do something that keeps us motivated, keeps us energized, reminds us why we're still here. But at the same time, I feel like Spirit's also saying, don't overdo it either. Because some people could get carried away, and say, well, I haven't bought new clothes in a year. And then suddenly out of the blue, go and drop $1,000 that they don't have on a whole new wardrobe. And then they, instead of having the cash, in the bank to pay for it up front, they take out a credit card. And then they don't pay the credit card off. Something like that. Don't get carried away that way, because that would be a risk. Because they want you to focus on other ways you can save instead. Because the card that came out with it is saving strategies. And it says, develop a habit of saving. Set aside a portion of your income regularly and automate your savings and create an emergency fund for financial security. So to lower this risk, this is what you got to do. Build savings. If you don't have one, start one. If you have one, beautiful. I feel like you need to look at that savings like it doesn't exist. Okay? Have that mindset. Put it out of your mind. It's there. If push comes to the shove, like the world just crumbles. But, don't look at it and be like, oh, if the girls say, well, let's go take, um, um, a week vacation in, we'll say Hawaii. And you're like, but I don't have the money. But then you remember, oh, wait a minute. I got that savings. Beautiful. That's not what that savings is for. That savings is for the rainy day. And if you ever, personal experience, if you ever had to withdraw from that savings and use it to cover something, make sure you do whatever you got to get the money put back that you spent and add some more in there. Okay? Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in a whole world of mess sooner or later. That something else is going to happen and that money's not there. That would have been there before had you not gone, on the girls' trip to Hawaii and spent that money to what that savings is, meant for, right? So be mindful of that. It's so easy, I don't want you to feel like you can't enjoy, your college years, because you should. You should have fun with your friends. I'm not telling you not to, honey. But be realistic. Be honest with yourself. And it's so easy sometimes to fall into the peer pressure when you see all your friends doing this and doing that, and you're like, well, how am I going to do that? I don't have any money, or, without having to put yourself in some kind of debt or run a credit card or whatever, I watched my own stepchild do it. Like, when I say she did it, she had to move back home with us. She moved out on her own. And because she overspent and was out there living it up, like she had thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in the bank just to spend, she ended up not being able to live on her own anymore. And she had to move back home. And I had a few credit cards of hers that she maxed out. And I told her when she came home, she could not have access to those credit cards, meaning she couldn't use them anymore, especially if it was left on us, me and her dad, to pay those bills for her, because that means we had to give up what we were doing before she moved back home to be able to cover those extra expenses for her to help her get on her feet so she could continue her education. So think of all those aspects in that. Just be strategic and find that balance. And then the last one is sharing. So this says, where'd it go? You have a key role in changing the world with your gifts and talents. You think you don't have any gifts or too small to make a difference, but Spirit wants to remind you do, to be a teacher. You have a lot of knowledge and wisdom to share. So don't forget that. And they want you, though, to focus on what it's going to take to not just achieve your dream of getting that degree, your master's in teaching, but also, what even comes in after that. Once you get it and you start teaching, think of the long term afterwards, too. So set clear income goals. Determine how much you need to achieve financial security and explore ways to increase your earnings and stay motivated. So what are your income goals even after you're done with school? And don't be afraid to ask people again. Don't be afraid to offer your assistance. Maybe you tutor someone. Maybe that's how you make that extra money. Like I said, my aunties, one of them had worked at her best friend's hair salon during the summer and on the weekends, even when she was teaching, to make extra money to cover her expenses. Luckily, her best friend was able to pay her a good amount just to be the receptionist. I think she was kind of like the receptionist slash salon manager, handled, everything else outside of, cutting and, doing hair. She handled all the other things. So that helped her. So what are, those other jobs you can do in between that will help supplement your income, and also be able to, increase it even down the road, as far as savings again. What is that vision board? Vision board for now, but vision board for the future and after school. What does it all look like? And set it into motion. Clear it out, what you expect, what you want to have done now, what you see when you, achieve your degree, and then after that. And then I also pull from another deck I have. This is called my money manifestation deck, something like that. I think is what it's called. And this deck is pretty interesting. I like it. Let me get this. This has like its own symbols. You got 3 money jars. Or not money jars. What is that? What do they call that? Galaxy jars. Okay, these are your gifts and your talents, where you may have unrealized potential, is what Spirit is saying. So maybe these are avenues you can also look at, maybe to help supplement your income. The first one they're showing me is artist. And it says, a true artist lives their art. Let your life be your canvas and you will create your greatest masterpiece. So are you a painter? Do you draw? Do you write? What is that you can think of that Spirit is guiding you, suggesting that you use as a possible outlet to make extra money that they feel like you haven't tapped into your full potential yet? Second one is counselor. And it says, your compassionate nature makes you a good listener. Your advice is sought after and your perspective is a valuable commodity. So maybe you can help, like I said, be that mentor or be a tutor for other kids once you obtain your degree, but maybe there's something you can do even now just to make some, extra money. It may not be as much as what you may make after the fact, but is there a possibility? Is there something like that you can do now just to get it started and to look, are there people out there who can? You bead earrings? That's beautiful. Keep doing that, girlfriend. I feel like Spirit's encouraging you to keep doing that. And the third one here is advocate. You will find so much fulfillment in working for a cause that you truly believe in. Well, you want to be a teacher. But is there any other thing you could think of that this resonates with? That you could be an advocate? Maybe there's something more specific than just being a grade school teacher that you can pursue that you hadn't thought of yet. So there's that. And then I have, this is a key. And this is the key that represents the mindset shifts that will unlock abundance and helps you create your timeline of ultimate prosperity. So this says innovate with the right inspiration, be a mentor. And I think that's a beautiful thing. So look at that, that's another avenue. Advocate, counselor. I think that would be great. So with the right inspiration, you can bring a novel approach to almost anything. What can you innovate to contribute towards making the world a better place? So innovate. And this is the key. That's your mindset shifts that will unlock abundance and help you create your timeline of ultimate prosperity. So shift your mindset of looking at it from this angle is what Spirit wants to remind you of. And then here is a card that has a lock on it. And the lock is your subconscious wealth blocks and limiting beliefs. It says having your head in the clouds can be a source of great inspiration, but be careful when your fantasies become an escape from reality. So it's okay to daydream, but don't allow it to be the only thing you do without, tying, reality to it. What's the short-term goal? What's the long-term goal? Forward movement. That's all you need. And there's, Spirit just said, slow and steady wins the race. Maybe you don't achieve something in the time frame you have set forth for yourself right now. Does that mean you failed? No. It just took you a little bit longer to get there, and that's okay. It's not how fast you finish, the race, just that you finish it. So, because life's not a race. So don't feel like you're being rushed. Be proactive instead of reactive. Um, but make sure you also meet your obligations too, is what they just said. And the last card I have here is, did you ever think you could get paid just for being yourself? And this is your dream job, which is you wanting to be a teacher. So knowing that you can get paid to do what you feel you've been called to and what you want to do, that's a beautiful thing, girlfriend. That's a blessing. A lot of people don't even know what that one thing is that they've been called to do or what will make them feel like they're answering their purpose and they can get paid for it. And, truthfully, what I'm doing right now, I had no intentions on doing. I wasn't trying to do this. This wasn't what I felt I was called to do initially. It took me some years to figure that out. But once I did, I answered it. And so here I am, in front of people like yourself and getting paid to do something that I genuinely enjoy doing. Because like you, I'm helping people and I get fulfillment out of that. So I hope this has helped you, beautiful. That's beautiful. And you're welcome, honey. And I believe you can and you will achieve it. If you want it bad enough and believe in it, there's nothing stopping you. And don't allow anyone else to stop you. Don't allow anyone else to dictate your life. You know, be in control of your life. Don't allow anyone else to say, oh, well, because you're not going to make a lot of money or whatever others want to say. Don't listen to them. Remember, it's not their life, it's yours. You're meant to live it, whichever way that makes sense for you. And I see nothing wrong with what you're wanting to do. You know, what anyone wants to do, that's their choice. As long as they're obeying the law and not hurting people or animals, I have no problem with it. So, I definitely hope this has been helpful, Jazz. I hope, you know, it's helped to answer your questions. And I hope it's helped to provide that guidance, that clarity you needed to help you on your path and continue forward in your career to reach your goals and your dreams and your aspirations. I hope it's resonated, and it's been an honor reading for you tonight, sweetheart. Thank you so much for trusting me to read for you. It's been an honor. I'm happy to hear that, girlfriend. I wish you nothing but luck and happiness and many blessings, prosperity, and all the good stuff that goes with it. Hi, Karen. Sounds like he's in there creating problems. I think he just knocked over the fence again. That's what it sounds like. Keeps trying to knock over that little fence slash pet gate that I have. That's blocking him from getting back here. Him and Toby both. You're so welcome, honey. Thank you. Alright. I was gonna pull. So, guess I'll have to go and check, make sure he's okay. How you doing, Karen? And hello to everyone else who came in the room while I was doing that reading, that personal paid reading. Okay. Put these back. It's 2:45. Jeez. Okay. Who, Wolfie's anxiety or Toby? I mean, it's been hard to say about Toby because Wolfie keeps constantly chasing him around the house. So I'm sure Toby's still not thrilled because Toby was hissing at him, in fact, earlier today. And then, Wolfie, no, it's been the same. Like, he wants back here. He don't want to be left alone. And he keeps wanting to get into the room where his mama and, you know, his sisters and the kittens are. Or he wants to be here with me. He don't like being left alone. Kind of like Toby in that way, but it seems more so now like Toby keeps wanting to run out there to the garage just so he can get away from Wolfie, which I feel bad. So, oh, Dingleberry, you must got some in your butthole too, huh? Let's see. Sure, Karen. If you want one of my kittens, I'm more than happy to have one, honey. Hello, Brute. If you want a reading from me, it's $30 US. Let's see. Oh, dear. Hold on. Excuse me, y'all. Okay, can you keep it down here because my channel can hear it. It's not just that, it's the cuss words. Karen, the white one. Who you mean? Are you talking about Wolfie or the kitten? He's not going to be happy about this cat being here. I already know he wants these cats gone. He's out there hollering at Wolfie because Wolfie keeps bouncing around the house, making a mess, keeps knocking down the gate, and so on and so on. Hello, Pit. You see he has an aversion to movement. Yeah, he's hyper. He's very hyper. So hyper that I now understand who was in there making all that racket first thing in the morning when I would hear him when he was still in the other room. Since he's been out here, that room's been pretty quiet. So all the noise was him. Hello, Polly. You're so welcome again, Jazz. Like, really. It's like, do people not pay attention to the comment that appears at the top of the chat or at the bottom? It's like they just overlook it. I don't know. I don't get it anymore. But yeah, he's hyper. And I'm sure once he's fixed, he'll calm down. But he's hyper. Yeah, thanks. No, Brute. There's nothing for free here. That's why that comment is there. Because all I do are $30 readings. But what you get is an in-depth reading. And the fact it's so insulting, people like you come into my chat thinking it's okay. You know, that I should just, I don't know, I'm just here for my looks. I don't know. Like, it's insulting that you think that my energy, my time isn't valuable. Wouldn't matter if it was a yes or no question or anything. Nope. Oh, no. The mama cats are lovable with their kittens. So, that's not the issue. So, Yeah, I know, right? Don't spam the chat. Seriously. Oh, is that where he's from? Bob is India. Hello, pet monkey. How you doing? Okay. Back to trying to shuffle this other deck. Yep. I appreciate it, Brute. You have a good night, too. Good morning, Ray. How you doing? Pet monkey, what's with the pizza emojis? How old are you? Oh, is that what it is? I didn't see that. That word. District. I'll have to remember that if I see that again, Bob, because, yeah, I mean, we don't say district here. No. I mean, there are districts, but not like that. Strange. I'm sorry to hear that, Polly. Where did Eternal go? Yeah, I spoke a lot of pizza business, huh? That's cool. Okay. You were awfully quiet, Eternal. I was just wondering. I would understand it if you've had fallen asleep. Knowing how quiet it is, shoot, I may fall asleep in this chair. No, I'm kidding. Thank you for posting that, Bob. Appreciate y'all. Are y'all having a good night? I feel like I need to pull out that Rebel deck. Oh, okay. I think that name's been here before. Diane. He must still be mad because his mommy locked him in the basement again. He still got all his Cheeto dust laying everywhere. Well, Polly, she probably did. Be amazed what you can find on the internet. Aloha, Drew. How you doing? What you cooking for dinner, Bob? True, Diane. I agree with you, beautiful. But you know, I gotta pick at them trolls too for acting a fool. I'm good, Drew. I'm gravy. Thanks for asking. I'm happy to hear you're gravy too, honey. You know, Polly, if you have a child, wouldn't you want to go be with your child? Like, you could understand why your ex is trying to chase you down then, right? Like, that sounds good, Bob. A good salad would be good. Diane, you asked the question before I could. Okay, Polly. What I don't understand then is, if you even think there's a remote possibility that child could be yours, why aren't you over there trying to find out? Like, that's what most responsible adults would do. Like, why wouldn't you be over there like, is that my kid? You know, summon the court. I want to petition the court for paternity. I want to find out if this is my child. Like, I don't know why you come in here, Polly. Like, a lot of the stuff you say don't make no sense to me, to be honest. Hi, Chris. Lemon cream crisp biscuits. Is it a biscuit or is it a cookie, Bob? You know, because I know in other countries, what we call biscuits, y'all call cookies. You know, at least I think it's in England. And then what I think the true is the other way around. Okay, Polly, you know what? I can't even get into this because it's gonna change the energy of the room. I just can't. I can't. Okay. You're obviously not a responsible adult, Polly. And that's all I can say about that. And that's a nice way of putting it. I just can't. I can't even get into that conversation. Y'all call them biscuits, not cookies. That's what I thought. So it's pretty much a cookie. That's what we know as cookies over here in the U.S. Yeah, way to go, Diane. We need to do that with someone else in here, too. Chris, why would you think a Capricorn is bad? Like, exactly, Diane. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Because I'm just like, I can't even fathom my dad not wanting me, or not wanting to know about me, or not wanting to be in my life. Like, I can't. Shirley wouldn't be so worried about, you know, what it would cost to support me. It just, man. I know the truth. I know it's true on both sides, both men and women. Y'all got y'all's different points that I agree with, and guys wonder why some women act a fool because of people like that. I just, I can't do it. Okay. I just can't. I can't do it. Polly, I don't understand why you come into my stream. Still haven't made, understood that. For the longest time, I haven't been able to make sense of it. But, you know, I know you've been in my stream enough on a number of occasions to know I said there's no cussing allowed. But you just did that. Nope. Can't have it. Won't have it. And, I just cannot wrap my head around someone who isn't trying to be a father to their child, even if there's an inkling of the possibility. But y'all wonder why women act crazy. It's because of the attitude like you. Oh, you're waiting for her to tell you. But yet you have an inkling that is probably your child. And the fact that you're saying this child looks like you. No, I'm not for that. I can't. I can't help someone like that. I just don't. It just, So, exactly, Bob. And like, Diane said, me and her, we were lucky enough to have fathers that loved us and wanted to be in our lives. Like, I can't understand why. You know, it's like when I think of dating, and I think of marriage, really the whole reason back in the day for marriage was to have a family, right? To have children, to pass down your legacy. And from my perspective, one of the biggest, most beautiful blessings a woman could ever give a man is their own child, because not everybody can do that. So it just, the fact that people take that for granted and don't appreciate the blessing they've been given. Um, but then, then I know there's the other side of the coin too, that some women go out there, be reckless, and have babies they shouldn't be having. And they, and I'm not judging them, because I get accidents happen, but then that comes with responsibility. Like my parents always told me, if you're old enough and grown enough to lay down to make a child, then you're more than grown enough to take care of that child. And why some don't, it blows my mind. I think a lot of it's definitely sad to see the ratio out there, the statistics of how many single mothers are. And it's not single mothers that became single mothers because they got married and got divorced. These are the women who never were married to the person they had a child with. They chose to put the horse before the cart, kind of thing. And it's just, I struggle to understand it. I don't, I could not have a child out of wedlock. I would not do it personally. Like I said, I understand accidents happen. Um, but then I've heard from people over the years, the men that say they would never want to get involved with a woman who had a child already. They don't want to date a woman with kids, because obviously there's baggage that comes with that, which, I don't agree with them, but um, I do understand why some of them feel the way they do, though. And I also get how some women can take advantage of that and someone's good heart of wanting to be a role model in someone else's life, that the child that's not theirs, like my mama lucked out, you know, um, she got married to my father before she had kids, and she had three of us. And then she divorced him, and she had her reasons. And from my perspective, she was right. And then she met my daddy, aka my stepfather. And despite her having three kids already, he loved her and wanted her and, was willing to take the three kids on. Granted, we were living with my father at the time, but my mama would still get us on the weekends. So there would still be that interaction. And my parents were civil with each other. There wasn't any arguing, fighting that I've ever seen or heard about. And, we got to spend as much time with my mom as we wanted to and so forth. So he still took that on. And I mean, I have so much respect, I think even more respect for my daddy in that way because he didn't have to take us three kids on, but he chose to because he loved my mama that much. And then also have another child. He didn't have any, well, take correction. He did have a child, which I didn't know about till years after. we've been living here. I, I did hear that he did have a child that he was married once before he met my mom, but I guess his ex-wife kept the child they had together from him. This is my daddy's story. He had a son. And so my daddy didn't get a chance to be a dad to his older, you know, the oldest, but maybe that was the other reason. He lost out on, being there for his first son, so he could be there for us three kids in between, and then also be a father to the one he had with my mama. I have a lot of respect for him, and I think that much more love for him being my daddy. I understand how lucky and blessed I was. I saw, no, is that, oh, that falls under sexual harassment. That's right. Hmm. Hello, Dean. Thank you. Hmm. Very much so. So I lucked out, like I said, I lucked out having two men to call dad, not just one, two. And, I understand my baby brother struggles with our upbringing, and I think a lot of it comes from because we were spoiled when we were younger. We indeed were very spoiled when we lived in California still. My parents were making pretty good living considering the kind of life we had. Um, and about a year, no, it's about 2 years after we moved here, obviously it wasn't the same. And I think my brother kind of took that for granted, what we had when we lived in California, the life we had, how we always had the things, not just things we, needed, but things we wanted. And we got to do things all the time. There wasn't ever the worry, the stress or concern about how, where, with what money kind of attitude. We just did it. And so when my brother got older and he saw naturally from other kids, families, friends he had, that, they got to do many things that me and my brother didn't get to do because unfortunately our mother got sick. And I had to remind my brother, I said, but do you see, I know some of his friends, um, parents were still married, but some of them weren't. I think most of them weren't married or had, at least both of their natural parents weren't together still. And I had to tell my brother that, I don't think he understands how lucky we were. More so him, if you want to be technical, that he got to have both parents in the same house to raise him all the way up until my mama died. You know, yeah, I'm not my, daddy's natural child, but my daddy's been in my life since I was 3 years old. I am his child in every way that matters. And that's what I told my brother. We had stability. We had a mother and father who loved us and gave us that foundation, that stability, and told us what kind of, life to expect, the responsibility, but how to love and, what to look for in a mate and so forth. And gave us our morals and our values and beliefs. Like, Most kids don't have that today. And it really, it stinks to see that. Very true, Diane. We do. We do take it for granted. And I know he did, but I know he was young too. But I still try and remind him of that. Um, I think now that he's gotten older, I think he has a greater appreciation for it um, than he did, we'll say a decade ago. But yeah, so I wouldn't be the person today if it wasn't for my parents. Both my mama, my natural father, and my daddy, my stepfather. They all played a major, intricate role in my life to bring me up to be the person I am today. And I owe all that to them. And yeah, it wasn't always easy. You know, Many of y'all know what half of my life was like, but, I was meant to go through all that. Indeed. And I'm glad that my brother come to realize that. I think, my brother thankfully matured a lot, matured a heck of a lot. Because I was kind of worried about him for a little while, especially after he had his first child. It took him some time though, and I think years away from not having me right there to kind of guide him because his baby's mama wouldn't allow it. Yeah, no cussing in my stream, please. So it's beautiful. Like the person I read for, she wants to go to school to be a teacher. That's a beautiful thing because they take on a heck of a lot of responsibilities and they're taken for granted. And that's right, Bob. I told my daddy all the time how lucky and how thankful I was for everything he did. I try to make sure he knew that from me. And my real father, I try to let him know that too, as much as I could since living here. It's hard to do that being 3,000 miles away, but at times I would talk to him on the phone and so forth. I would let him know. And when I would see him, when I would go home and spend time with him and the rest of the family for the holidays. And I'm happy you had the opportunity to do that too, Bob. And that's a beautiful moment to have, to be able to say that and to hear your dad reply in that way. That's an honorable man. Excuse me. No. Well, it's good to know that y'all recognize that, to know that. Hello, Corbin. How you doing? You know, I think my daddy had his moments. I think when he got older, when he started getting sick because of his, kidneys failing and all the blood clots he had, plus having his toes cut off. At times, I think it made him grumpy, more grumpier than what he was when we were growing up, but I couldn't hold it against him because I knew he was dealing with a whole lot with his own body and trying to still be present in our lives, but finding a way to enjoy his own life too. Mm. I'm sorry to hear that, Shane. I've lost both my dads and my mama. I didn't get to say goodbye to two of three of them. Well, correction. I did, but they weren't awake. One of them at least. Man of few words. Yeah, my daddy wouldn't say a whole lot either. Um, I didn't have that exchange when I was older because mama was already gone, but there were times he would talk to me. But if my daddy didn't want to talk, he just didn't answer the phone. It was just that simple. So, what's on my ceiling? What, you talking about them balloons? Hello, Shlomo. 23 years ago, 2002, Bob, is when your dad passed. My dad, I think it was, um, 2006, and 2011. Oh, well, Diane, I didn't know that, honey. I'm sending you healing, love, and light, girlfriend. Thank you. Thank you, Minyo. She. If I didn't say that right, I'm sorry. But thank you. Thank you very much. No, I'm not sad. I'm tired, not sad. And of course, Diane, I know we all missed our loved ones. It doesn't matter how long it's been, beautiful. You still feel their absence. I will. Thank you. I'm not going anywhere just yet. I probably will be here in a little bit, though. I hadn't decided if I'm going to stream tonight or not, y'all. I don't know. So you're 61, Shane? Hi, Victor. Well, thank you for your concern, honey. I will, but I gotta work too, honey. I got bills to pay like everyone else. So that means I gotta be here. This is my job, to read tarot cards for people who pay me. Victor Lopez, if you like a tarot reading from me, it's $30 US. Nope. Try again, Victor. I don't work for free. You know, it's insulting to ever think that someone like me shouldn't get paid for my services. Would you go into a restaurant and order food and not expect to pay for it? Or wait a minute, correction, would you work for free? Highly doubt it. Knowing I got bills to pay just like you. So, no. It should be $50. That's what you think, Shane? Well, thank you. Most people here, though, they think asking for $30 is a lot, which just blows my bloody mind. But then I guess they don't understand the extent and the depth I go into, and they don't understand to get what I provide, they would pay, $7,500 elsewhere. So, but I'll probably have to raise my prices sometime soon. I won't do it by a lot, but I'm gonna gradually start raising it more. But thank you for that. Oh, this is true. And Nishi, they do hate. People love to come in here and hate me. They love to hate me, but also hate the fact they love me at the same time. And the half in. That's quite all right, baby. What'd you get hyper-focused into? Yes, that is jealousy too, honey. You're right. Skylar. Well, it's nice to meet you, Skylar. Bob, I don't even know what he was talking about. I wonder if that's the same Kirk that Oh, wait. Did I block him? I can't remember. It's nice to see you come in here, Skylar. Cool beans, Finn. That sounds like a tale from like Alice in Wonderland. I like that, Finn. Good night, Nancy. Take care of yourself. Sweet dreams. And like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna stream Sunday night. I haven't made my mind up yet. Something tells me I probably will, but I'm not for certain yet. It's funny I should say that or see it, baby. It sounds funny, honey. Yes, Tyler. I know the band BTS. They're pretty cool. Oh, okay, so that makes sense, Finn. Yes, I do like BTS. I haven't listened to them in a while, but I know who you're talking about. All right, Shane. Well, take care of yourself. Have a good night. Well, I was gonna shuffle one of these other decks. Cool beans, Finn. Well, I'll be keeping my fingers crossed, sending you positive energy that you win, baby. Oh, really, Tyler? She's surprised that I know who they are and I like them. Why is that? Why is she surprised? Run to the cinnamon. That sounds awesome, Finn. I can't wait to see it, honey. Well, I hate to hear that. I mean, their kind of music, though, is not for a lot of people, though. How old are you, Tyler? I know, right, Bob? Okay, baby. I can't wait to see it, Finn. Oh. See, Finn, that kind of stuff. Sometimes I need to respond, and other times I just don't. Hello, Hote. Am I a starseed? I've been told I am. Why do you ask? Johnny, Utah. Hi, Pickles. How you doing, baby? Oh, I don't. Sometimes I know not to just go in there and act a fool with them. But, you know, I do just report them, which I reckon that's what I need to do. Report him for acting a fool. Because otherwise they're going to think that they can keep getting away with that. And then I'm going to go through and keep getting those type of idiots in here. So I'm just going to make it to where they just won't have an account anymore. Coming here acting a fool. I'm Gravy Pickles. I'm always gravy. Oh, Tyler. Because, Tyler, where do you live, baby? Oh, too late. Tyler, thank you for your honesty, baby. And thank you, Ken, for your compliment. Very sweet, honey. Please don't take this personally. But my mods had to hide you, honey, because you're not old enough to be in here. You got to be 18 and up. Because in some countries, parts of the world, like in my country, we get in trouble for you being allowed to be in here. So I know, Bob, but at least they were honest. I know, right? Don't boot me, I'm 44. Oh my goodness, Diane. Oh. You are so funny. Yeah, we can't have Mr. 2 inches coming in here again. You know. Oh, I'm glad, Finn. Because, baby, last night it was something else for a minute. So, it seems definitely more calm tonight. Thank goodness. The energy feels a lot better. I hope it feels better to y'all, too. Y'all who were here last night know what happens or happened. That's me being kind. I know I might just be calling him, you know, I don't know. I have to come up with another name. Y'all just know, I mean, 2 inches, 3 inches, it don't make that much of a difference when you're only, you know, I don't even know how to describe that. And I think Diane was here that night when they came in here trying to brag about being only like 3 inches. Hi, Nicole. That's awesome to hear. That's awesome to hear, Nicole. I hope you had fun, honey. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, what a mighty fine man. What's that song? Is that Salt and Pepper? Who sings that song? Yes, it was. It definitely was. Hello, MMU. I haven't heard that song in a long time, Finn. I love their music, though. That's some good old songs from back in the day. I sound old now. Hello, Seen From Within. Oh, Nicole, I can't imagine anybody bragging about that either, but they did. I didn't see it. I was busy reading for people. My mod saw it, and then they told me about it afterwards. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Oh my goodness. Apparently he was that proud, thinking he was going to press me. Hi, my Lisa. With some 3 inches. It's like, yeah, okay, try again. Maybe in your part of the world, 3 inches is impressive, not my part of the world. I don't even know if they could find it. Yeah, fam, but don't you want to see the whole deck, baby? I was going to make a video and post it. Hello, Axel. Is that what it is, Nicole? Oh my goodness. I can't, you know. But what makes it so bad, oh man. Someone in my, close to me, had told me that their partner, because they were saying they were surprised they got pregnant. And I asked them why. And they had told me because their partner, which they weren't with anymore, so it was their ex-partner. So- oh, they told me that they were surprised they were able to get pregnant because they couldn't feel anything. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's messed up. So I think it makes me laugh more because I think about my friend, who shared that with me some years ago. I'm like, oh, geez, God help me. Oh, that's pretty bad. I'm sure it is, Finn. Baby, I'll send you a couple pictures, and I didn't forget about you, baby. I just got tied up with something, and I'll send it to you. And then and then I'll do a video because I've been meaning to do one for a while, and I haven't a flip through of it because it's not just you, baby. It's for a few people who want to see it. Seriously. That too. That too. Exactly, Bob. It just wow. That's all I could say. um Someone hit you up wanting you to draw a deck. Hey, baby, go for it, Finn. I need somebody to help me design my deck that I've been trying to work on. And I just keep saying I'm going to start, at least using some ideas of what I'm going to do with it. That's 78 drawings. Yes, baby, it's 78. It's 78. And some people do 80. I got some decks in here. In fact, I got 80 cards because each creator can add additional cards to it just to add their, extra cards they want to add to the deck. So yeah. Really? That would be interesting. Um, Fifth step, past conception. Who you asking about Nicole? Nicole getting a reading. Why do you want to know? Yeah, Finn, I can understand that, baby. You need to be able to resonate with what you're trying to create. Someone actually created a deck. I know, Nicole. Thank you. You asked my question. Was Are they going to buy you a reading? That's what I didn't know. Like, but anyways, Finn, there is a deck I did come across that is somehow, and I would have sworn, don't hold me to it, but I could have sworn it said like something about the Bible tarot. So there's a tarot deck that's supposed to be like based like on the Bible, that kind of thing. And I was like, well, that's very interesting. I never would have thought that, like, because what does the Bible say? You know, we're all going to hell in a handbasket. You know, if you were to ask all the deeply religious people, but the Bible don't say nothing about tarot cards either, though. That's the other thing that's always interesting to me. I look like a Valkyrie to you. Well, thank you, baby. I'm glad you think that way, because people keep saying they look like bunny ears. And, you know, when I hung them on the wall, I didn't realize it was going to line up where I was sitting. It just worked out that way. Of course, Jedi. Appreciate you too, honey. You know, Nicole, I've heard the same thing. But I think it goes back more to like the Book of Enoch, which isn't, depending on which religious faith you follow, is or isn't part of the Bible. But yeah, I taught beautiful spirit. Keep seeing spirit orb over here. And that was a big one. It keeps tying into the Book of Enoch. There's some astrology in tied into all that. That too, Finn. The wise men followed a star. You know, a lot of, you know, the Book of Enoch surrounds a lot of what a lot of people want to disagree could have possibly have happened. But, you know, but I think it's interesting, you know, over the years how they just wanted to remove that stuff from it. But yeah, it's 4 o'clock. It's crazy. I know, fans. I keep getting this, you know, some thing from a website wanting to do my astrological chart. Keep trying to tell me there's some important dates coming up, like I think they said like June 9th or something is one of them. Yes, baby. I'm Eastern time zone. It's 4:04 in the morning. Well, I thought so too, baby, but I think, you know, they're trying to say something about the Golden Junction, or there was something like that. I'm like, huh? No. Good morning, the watch lady. No, I don't have to, like, I know, well, I don't know all of it, because I don't think I got the full picture of it, but I know I'm a Taurus moon, a Pisces sun, Aries rising. I have my Venus and Mars is in Pisces, but I think my Mercury sun is Aquarius, and then like the other parts of it, the other planets, were like either Libra or Sagittarius. So I had a lot of Libra and Sagittarius in my chart too. It's like, wow, this is crazy. I got a lot of fire in this chart. Like, what? Like, am I really a Pisces here? I got a lot of fire in this chart. Oh, Eli, you know what? That's your personal opinion. Doesn't make it true. So, you can get lost. Tell me to go repent. You know, Eli Mystery, I suggest you go repent by coming in here and judging people. Obviously, you forgot that part in the Bible. Thou shalt not judge. And don't go around throwing stones. But here you are, breaking your own religion by judging me, telling me I need to repent. No, you need to repent. See you, bye. Watch, lady, I don't do free readings. This is my job. This is my business. This is how I pay my bills. And you know, it's really, it's rude and insulting to people like myself who think that we're just here for your entertainment. We're not. We truly do this for a living, to feed ourselves, pay our bills, clothe us, just like you would get a job to provide for your family. Yeah, well, you know what? That's no excuse. None. You want to know what? Because by all rights, I'm disabled too. If you want to go there truly. I just don't collect a paycheck for it. Difference is my insignificant other is with kidney failure, in fact. But I don't use that as a crutch. Okay? And it does not make you, you know, treating people like myself in that manner to say, because I have a disability, I get a free pass. No. That's a sense of entitlement, you know. And I'm trying to be very kind and compassionate with you. Okay? Because I've been down very, very difficult roads myself in recent years. If you only knew half my story. And I know, in fact, one of my mods is in the background right now, fuming, because I can feel her energy at the fact that you would come here and use that. Knowing that people like myself have gone through hell and back. But we're not using that as a crutch. We're still here, making a living, doing what we gotta do, and not going around expecting everybody else to just do this or do that for us. Doesn't mean that I don't have a generous heart. But you see, problem is, it's the people who come in and expect it, have that entitlement. I don't have as much of a compassionate heart for them. That's what really, it's just not, it don't sit well with me, we'll just say. You are so right. You know what, the wash lady, I'm not, like I said, I'm just letting you know how I feel about it, okay? Because people come into my stream all the time, you know, with similar stories, or they just have, they're even, they have no respect, okay? Like I said, I'm being nice, okay? Because the rest of them I've cussed out, okay? So understand, I'm being nice with you. I'm just explaining to you that many of us, we do. It really, it eats us up that people come in here and have a sense of entitlement. And, it just, it's not right to use that as a crutch for why you can't, or because you um choose to like go and, I don't know, eat out instead of pay someone like me for a reading, as an example. Okay, people have the money. It's just they don't, they prioritize other things over wanting my guidance, or guidance from someone who's a psychic or tarot reader. So, you don't want me to get all technical that way. But I'm just letting you know, one of my mods right now is burning up. I can't believe they haven't said anything yet because I feel them. Now watch later. I'm sorry you've been scammed. But doesn't mean that everyone else is out to scam you. We've all been betrayed by people. And just like my mom Diane said, people don't understand. People like myself and even her, we use energy. We have to burn a lot of energy to provide a reading, and it drains us. It's taxing on us. Not to mention, it costs money to pay the light bills, the utilities, the internet, just for me to stream. Y'all don't take that into account. Or the cards. The cards are not cheap. How do you think we get our cards? People automatically have this assumption like it's a myth. Oh, you have to be gifted a deck. No. 99.5% of my decks I bought. They were not gifted to me. Okay, that has a price. But y'all don't think about that. You don't understand how much it costs. Just in the everything we have to use to do a reading. With then our energy on top of it. That's why I'm being nice and explaining it to you. That's also why my other mod, Diane, is being nice and trying to get you to understand it too. So, hi, Sean. Oh, thank you so much, baby. That's so sweet of you. I greatly appreciate you, baby. I understand, honey. We all need and want help. All right, Diane. I wish it would. Man, I wish it would drop from heaven. The internet, my lights, all my decks. I hope you're having a good night, Sean. Thank you again, honey. Thank you, the watch lady. You too. You're a nurse, but you're disabled. Okay. Okay. I gotta run to the ladies' room, y'all. Ouch. And my back just popped too. That Red Bull's going right through me. I'll be right back, y'all. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh, thank you, honey. Hi, Buttercup. How you doing, honey? That's all right, baby. Thank you. I see you did that. Well, I'm happy you're still here, Eternal. I was wondering, baby. I thought you might have fallen asleep. Oh, thank you, baby. That's very sweet of you, Nathaniel. I bet you was close, baby. I know I'm fixing to be close myself. Surprised I'm still awake, but of course. Oh, good old Red Bull to keep me going, thank God. Otherwise, I would have been in this chair asleep already. I even got that monster can in my fridge still that I've been holding off on opening just because. It's like I'm going to need it for that one night that I'm just going to be so doggone exhausted I ain't going to be able to want to move. And I'm going to need it then. Good morning, Papa Joe. How you doing? In fact, I'm thinking of like turning this light off. It's like it's been so quiet, but it's been peaceful too. So to decide if I'm going to stream tonight or not. The jury's still out on that. I don't know yet. I'm gravy. Thank you for asking. I'm always gravy. I'm here, I'm gravy. I'm as gravy can be. Mm-mm-mm. I'm probably fixing to be gravier here soon. Because I only slept 3 or 4 hours today. I think it was. So, like, I didn't go to bed till what? 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then I woke back up at 7 o'clock. Hello, Ambruin. Montana? I don't know what you mean by that question. Dang, it looks like my legs are breaking out. The hell? It's just weird. Like, if I didn't know better, I would have thought I was a vampire, like my skin was burning or something. Well, I think it's probably time for me to call it a night. So, oh, really, Montana? I don't know what kind of gravy you're making. I don't know what the purpose of the gravy's for. Like, is it out of the packet? Is it out of a can? Like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to too, Bob. I'll probably hop on tonight. Just because. But we'll wait and see. I didn't set up a stream yet for it. Yeah, okay. No, I don't know what you're talking about, Montana. Yeah, Bob, that's what I'm gonna wait and see, baby. I'm waiting to see how I feel when I wake up. And then I'll know if I'm gonna be here tonight or not. You know, y'all will know, because I mean, I try and set up the stream at least 2 hours before. If it's gonna be that way, like I hadn't set up a stream yet. I try and set it up to where y'all get a 2 hour notice if you know, if YouTube works correctly and y'all get y'all's notifications, but I know sometimes y'all don't, so. Well, you know what, Montana? There was no need for all that nonsense. And the fact that you think that I was going to sit here and do what exactly? Tell you how to make gravy like through a screen? No. You know what? If you didn't know how to make gravy, why'd you even start it? You could have watched a tutorial on it. It's not hard. I mean, heck, even my 5-year-old nephew can make it. So, you know, it sounds like someone reined in your Cheerios this morning is what it sounds like to me. But then again, yeah, Spirit's telling me, you and I were talking about 2 different gravies. And yeah, you're probably about the size of a Cheerio, is the other thing they just told me, so. Oh, darn. You can't talk, darn. I hate it when that happens. Hi, Inks. Well, I'm sorry you came late, honey. I'm leaving. I'm fixing to shut it down, sweetheart. I don't know if I'll be back tonight or not. The jury's still out on that. But I only slept a few hours today, baby. That's why I'm leaving. Plus, it's been quiet. So, I didn't go to bed till 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. And then I woke up at 7. So I'm going to say goodnight, beautiful people, or good more night, wherever y'all are at in the world. No, I'm sorry you had a rough one, sweetheart. Well, hopefully get better. I'm sending you healing love and light, honey. So, if I'm on tonight, come see me then. If not, I won't be back till Wednesday. I'm going to try and do a couple things between then and Wednesday, though. So, y'all probably hear from me before Wednesday. It just, it won't be a stream. But thank you, Diane. You too, beautiful. Thank you for always being here for me. And you too, Bob and Eternal and everyone else. Thank you, y'all, for y'all's love and support. I greatly appreciate it so much. So, y'all have a good night, good day. Many blessings. Bye.